Chapter 43, 41 Words That Begin with R. The Dullahan Project was probably the biggest and most exciting experimental project that Vess had come up with in years. Vess grew more and more excited about it the more he thought about it. The Dullahan Project was not just an ad hoc attempt to make venerable Janzi happy by giving her an expert Mech that possessed a relation to her old shield of Samur. He saw it more as an opportunity to work on living Mechs in a deeper and more profound way than before. Rather than designing and making a new living Mech like he had done in the past, he intended to work around an existing living Mech, or at least a remnant of it, and try to see whether he could breathe new life in one of his perished works. Just as he expected, the vision he presented completely exceeded venerable Janzi's expectation and cognition. She looked floored as she tried to imagine what sort of Mech she might end up with if Vess completed the Dullahan Project according to his current intentions. Janzi found it difficult to understand this strange new project. The mix between new and old was jarring to her. Only a Mech designer as crazy and radical as Vess would come up with a design concept that combined a relatively new and fresh expert space knight design with the surviving head of her familiar shield of Samur. It was not without reason that she accused Vess of designing a Frankenstein Mech. The draft design he had drawn in front of her eyes pretty much fit the definition of such a machine. Vess did not blame her for reacting in this manner. It was highly unusual to design a Mech that essentially recycled old parts. Any decent Mech designer knew that a Mech that incorporated design solutions meant for another product rarely fit together that well. Vess didn't worry too much about this problem, though. He was confident in his ability to make it work despite the additional challenges brought by this combination. He and Gloriana were both well-equipped to solve the many new tangible and intangible issues over the course of the project. The main client was not as certain, however. Why? The answer is complicated, Vess steadily replied. The Dullahan Project is a result of trying to reconcile your demands with what is technologically feasible with our current capabilities. I have already explained why it is not possible for you to regain your old shield of Samur. It's gone for the most part. Rather than remaining stuck in the past, I think it is best that we move on from this loss and try to work out a way to go forward. Are you trying to force a break from the past? Janzi looked suspicious. Vess gave her a generous smile. I'm not saying that. The fact that I have preserved the head of your old Mech in the new design is a clear indication that I still respect your demands. I just don't think it is healthy or desirable to reproduce the last iteration of the Shield of Samur as closely as possible. From a philosophical standpoint, doing so does not constitute moving forward at all. I see it more as a regression. You need to accept what has happened to you and your old partner and find a way to be the expert pilot that the Shield of Samur can be proud of. Ask yourself this. Would your old living Mech prefer it if you keep moping about all day? Or would it rather have you pick yourself up again and regain your drive to fight? The female expert pilot's eyes teared up as she thought about what she said. Her emotions grew heavy, but the cloud of depression that emanated from her body had lifted to an extent. His efforts were working. If he just wanted to develop another expert Mech for venerable Janzi, he didn't have to come up with such a complicated concept or explain so much of his perspective to the expert pilot. The reason why he was being so patient and wordy to her was because he wanted to light a fire in her tired engine and end her mourning phase as quickly as possible. What was lost. Vess didn't think it was productive for Janzi to remain so attached to an expert Mech that had fallen in battle. Designing a Mech that deliberately looked and functioned differently was an attempt to induce a mental shift that allowed her to come to terms with her loss. This sounds more like an elaborate psychological treatment to me, Janzi answered with a lot of skepticism remaining in her voice. I don't like being manipulated, and I especially don't like being manipulated by you. I haven't forgotten your devil tongue moniker, even though few people have called you that in recent years. I know how you work, Vess. Vess raised his palm in objection. Don't be too hasty to dismiss my idea. It is genuinely good for you. I'm not trying to lure you into a trap or anything. Why do I have the feeling that this is exactly what you are trying to do? Janzi guardedly asked. He sighed in exasperation. He never liked to argue with Janzi. She was just so stubborn and unwilling to agree to his opinions. Let me put the Dullahan Project into context for you, then. The key word to the Dullahan Project is rebirth. Rebirth? Yes, rebirth, Vess confirmed with a nod. What I am explicitly not attempting to do is to bring back your old Shield of Samur alive in its original form. It's impossible for the reasons that I have already explained before. Doing that constitutes revival, which is different from what I have in mind. Rebirth and revival. The two words possessed similar meanings, but to Vess they represented two completely different directions. To revive a broken Mech was to restore it to its former glory. This would have been suitable for the Shield of Samur if it had broken down in battle in a more conventional manner. Rebirth, on the other hand, was to take whatever scraps was left of a broken Mech and use some of it as the basis for a new machine that was fundamentally different in many ways. Though Janzi correctly doubted whether the latter had anything to do with the original Shield of Samur, it was a bold, forward-looking vision that thematically offered her a way forward. Though Vess wrapped up his concept in a different coat, it appeared his attempts to gain Janzi trust and understanding had failed. She still looked confused as ever. I really don't know how you come up with all of these weird concepts and ideas, the expert pilot remarked. Okay, let me dumb down my words so that you can understand my meaning. Let's suppose the Shield of Samur was your husband. The woman snorted. You do know I'm married, right? I'm not as young as I used to be. As much as I like Sammy, I don't consider my living Mech to be my lover. I'm not that crazy, you know. Just work with me, Janzi. Anyway, you and the Shield and Samur were doing well together until your spouse died in battle. Is there a point to this story? Be patient and let me finish. Look, the reason why I set this story up this way is to emphasize that much of your original living Mech is simply lost. Both its material and intangible qualities are either lost or have become damaged beyond recognition. What I am trying to tell you is that rather than taking your husband's dead body and attempting to bring it back to life through some sort of unholy ritual, it is better to take what little your partner has left behind and use it as a seed to plant new life. Comprehension finally dawned on Janzi's face. That sounds more like reproduction rather than rebirth. Oh no, that is where this analogy breaks down, Vess quickly replied. This new Mech that I have not sketched is not meant to be a child from you and your expert Mech. Mechs aren't physically human and they can't reproduce. What I am attempting to do instead is to take the remaining essence of the Shield of Samur and use it to plant a seed that will bloom into a new Mech. Planting a seed in order to grow a new Mech. That was probably the most accurate description that Vess could provide to Janzi. I think I understand now, Janzi said. Whatever I get at the end can still be called the Shield of Samur, but it won't be the same anymore depending on how you tackle your new project. What you need to understand is that I can't completely control the outcome of this project. What makes life wonderful is that it can grow and develop in many different directions. The downside to that is that we can't necessarily choose how your reborn Mech will look like. I only have partial control over the variables that determine the outcome of the Dullahan project. Why did you choose this codename for this project? What is a Dullahan? Vess chuckled. A Dullahan is an ancient myth about an undead knight that rides around and haunts people for whatever reason. What is special about this Dullahan is that he is originally a knight on a horse whose head somehow got chopped off his body. Somehow, the knight didn't die from that, but has gained another life as an undead creature that rides around while carrying his separated head in his arms. That is a disturbing image. I do not want you to turn my Shield of Samur into an undead monstrosity that does more harm than good. Oh, don't misunderstand me. That is exactly the opposite of what I am attempting to do. I wouldn't have put the head of your old expert Mech onto the torso of your new one if I was trying to faithfully reproduce this myth. The code name is simply a loose reference to this story. There is no further thought behind this association. Janzi relaxed a bit. I have no problem with this as long as this is the case. Can you tell me more about how much of my old Shield of Samur will stay the same once you are done with your work? As I've said, I can't control the process, so there is no way I can give you a definite answer to your inquiry. Vess steadily replied. The only thing I can say about this is that I am aiming to achieve a rebirth. Everything that is too old and weak about your old living Mech has already been shed or will inevitably fall off during the transformation process. You view it as a purification cycle. The result of this is that we will be left with the strongest and purest essence of the Shield of Samur. This will serve as the seed that allows your living Mech to start anew on a much stronger footing than before. That sounds like reincarnation. Vess chuckled again. We can use a lot of different high-minded words that start with the letter R. What is important is that your Shield of Samur will be able to live again in a new form and a new incarnation. Perhaps you can call it nirvana. Just like how a phoenix can rise from its ashes, your Shield of Samur has never really died. It just came back to you again in a youthful and updated form. As Vess kept explaining these ideas to Janzi, he became more invested in this nirvana concept. He had a feeling that if he succeeded in giving the Shield of Samur a new life in this manner, he might be able to unlock a powerful new possibility that could give a lot more living Mechs a way to move forward after they fell, became obsolete, or were no longer wanted for whatever reason. Chapter 43, 42 Paths to Rebirth. Vess continued to discuss and explore his vision with venerable Janzi. It was crucial that he obtained her buy-in from the start of the Dullahan project. Its importance to himself, his clan, and Janzi could not be overstated. He recognized that after a long time since he last achieved any major progress in his design philosophy, he was finally progressing his core work in a proactive manner. The fact that he did not have a good idea of the outcome of the Dullahan project was a great sign that he was embarking on a new and innovative feature. When he looked back at how he began his Mech design career, he split up his progression into multiple different stages. The first stage was when he began to dabble with the X Factor, after the system guided him towards this direction. The second stage was when his mother introduced him to the possibilities of converting spiritual entities into design spirits. The third stage was the gradual discovery and realization that living Mechs went through qualitative transformations at specific thresholds, leading him to develop his so-called Larkinson's orders of life theory. All of these advancements were mainly rooted in spirituality, life, and growth. Some of it required active intervention and effort from Vess, but a lot of growth-oriented changes happened naturally over time. Lately, Vess felt that his design philosophy became overly slanted towards growth. While he was happy to see Mechs grow stronger and evolve into third-order living Mechs after sufficient growth and accumulation, Vess didn't feel much accomplishment from this phenomenon because he didn't really get involved in the process. Sure, he may have set up his living Mechs to grow into strong and amazing life forms, but aside from getting involved in the beginning, he surrendered all of the initiative to time and nature. It was too passive. Lack of control translated into lack of determination. Vess thought back on how he struggled with an old philosophical struggle related to his approach towards progressing his design philosophy. He viewed his range of options as a spectrum between two extremes. The path of determinism was an aspiration to become more actively involved and exercise greater control over growth of his living Mechs. It was an explicit attempt to reduce variance and minimize uncontrolled and undesirable outcomes. Nurturing and influencing living Mechs as they grew through different means allowed him to exercise a high amount of control on how they matured. It was similar to raising a kid. The path of life sought to do the opposite. Rather than trying to control an inherently chaotic concept such as life, Vess embraced its incredible variance in the hopes of obtaining incredible results. He did so by creating the seeds of life at the start, before releasing them into the wild, where they could grow and develop under different circumstances. Vess understood the advantages and disadvantages of both approaches. He did not want to commit to a single path at the cost of giving up all of the benefits of the other path. He believed that his design philosophy would become a lot simpler, but also a lot less promising if he aimed for simplicity. Generally, he tried his best to balance his progression between these two extremes. Perhaps he would never be able to explore the extreme limits of either path, but the combination between the two could yield incredible results as well. The problem that Vess faced as of late was that his work over the last years veered increasingly more towards the path of life. Vess felt as if he had increasingly turned into an architect that was solely responsible for designing a city. Once it was built, and once people started using the various buildings and facilities of his design, Vess no longer needed to do anything. Everything seemed to go on the right track, and no one needed his help any further. Was this the sort of Mech designer that he aspired to become? Not really. It was too passive. A Mech designer's job should never be done. There was always work to do. There were always ways to update and improve his existing designs. If all he needed to do to realize the best living Mechs was to set them up once, then what was the point of staying in his profession? He might as well retire after that point. Therefore, Vess was eager to find a way to shift his design philosophy back towards the path of determinism and exercise greater control over his own products. While there was nothing wrong with allowing living Mechs to grow by themselves without any further intervention, his responsibility as a Mech designer demanded that he should find more ways to actively influence the growth process to achieve more optimal outcomes. This at least enabled him to affect the growth pattern of specific Mechs that he favored more than most. Larkinson Mechs, and more specifically the high-ranking ones, played a vital role to his clan and his own career. It was more than worth it for him to spend more time on improving their growth conditions and preventing them from being weighed down by their undesirable baggage. As far as the Shield of Samur was concerned, Vess slowly became convinced that its recent setback was not that big of a detriment anymore. After all, the Shield of Samur went through 6 major revisions, several of which drastically changed the Mech to the point that it was almost unrecognizable from its previous iterations. Vess did not forget that the Shield of Samur was never meant to become a powerful masterwork expert Mech. It initially started out as a weak, commercial third-class standard Mech. Though Vess was incredibly proud at how he was able to elevate such a humble Mech into one of the most powerful machines of the Larkinson clan, he recognized that its spiritual evolution did not keep up with its physical transformations. Vess had plenty of ways to upgrade the Shield of Samur's technology and physical components, but his ability to improve the spiritual design of the same Mech was not as great. That might change in the near future. The Dullahan project was a chance for Vess to cleanse the Shield of Samur of its impurities and acquire a deeper and more promising foundation. His hope was that the Shield of Samur would not only be able to make up for what it had lost, but also progress further as if it had transformed into a rocket. This might even be a way for Vess to push the evolution of a living Mech to the next level. What did this mean? It gave him the hope that the Shield of Samur may be the first to evolve into a fourth-order living Mech, a classification that only existed in his theories up to this point. Though Vess only explained a part of his ambitious vision to Venerable Janzi, the expert pilot clearly sensed his energy and enthusiasm. He had become fired up by the promise of pushing living Mechs to a higher limit. The prospect of allowing the Shield of Samur to be reborn anew and at a higher starting point was so interesting that his passion became more and more inflamed. "I'll be honest with you, Vess," Venerable Janzi said. "I have my doubts about your ideas. They don't make as much sense to me. I'm not a professional, though. You know more about living Mechs like the Shield of Samur than anyone else. I might not agree with you on many issues, but I at least trust you to do what is right for any Mech, including my own. You have proven yourself to be nothing but trustworthy and reliable in matters relating to Mechs. I can't say the same with regards to everything else." Vess dismissed her backhanded compliment. "I can promise you that I will do my utmost to present your shield of Samur with a brighter future. Death is not necessarily the end for a living Mech. I sincerely believe that even if they have fallen apart, there is still a way to give them a chance to be reborn. The Dullahan Project is not just an opportunity to give your old Mech a new life, but many other Mechs that have suffered similar fates." Now that he gained Janzi's approval, Vess immediately wanted to flesh out his new experimental project. He quickly left the hall where the remains of the Shield of Samur was stored and headed back to the design lab in order to begin his preparations. He encountered an unexpected surprise when he reached the main lab. His wife looked annoyed, while his kids had all burst into tears. Why? Vess' heart tugged when he heard the distress from all three of his children. He immediately walked up to his wife and pinned her with an accusing stare. "What did you do, Gloriana?" "It's not me, it's your cat." "What?" Vess turned around and stared at Lucky. He recalled that his cat had returned to the fleet rather late after he scurried around on the surface of Pima Prime V. Though the gem cat looked a bit bloated upon his return, Vess didn't really think about it any further. It appeared that Lucky had truly bitten off more than he could chew this time. Mew. Lucky mewled in pain as he listlessly laid on the deck. His little tummy looked conspicuously rounded at this time, and from the way that Lucky was squirming about, it was clear that this was the source of his distress. "Papa," little Andrast ran up to Vess and embraced his leg. "What's wrong with Lucky? Can't you do anything about him? He's so sad." Vess chuckled and sneered. "There is nothing to be concerned about, sweetie. Lucky has brought this on himself. This is what happens when you eat more than you should. If you don't want to end up like our cat, then you need to make sure that you don't exceed your portions. The mistake that Lucky has made is that he let his desire for eating overtake his good sense. His punishment for disregarding his health and overtaking his limitations is becoming afflicted with a tummy ache." His light and confident tone implied that nothing was wrong. He successfully caused his kids to stop crying now that they thought that Lucky wouldn't be going away forever. "Won't it stop, Papa?" "That depends," he replied. "I don't know how mechanical cats Lucky solve their indigestion problems. Just let him suffer for a few days. If he hasn't used the litter box by then, I'll feed him with a special medicine that is guaranteed to empty his overstuffed stomach." Mew. "Don't complain, Lucky," Vess snapped back. "How many tons of metals and ores did you eat last time?" Mew. "What do you mean you don't know? Can you give me an estimate at least? How about a metric ton?" Mew. 10 metric tons. Meow. 50 metric tons. Meow. 100 metric tons. Meow. 1,000 metric tons. "You gotta be kidding me," Vess disbelievingly said. "How can a tiny cat like you stuff so much junk in your belly? Wait, forget what I said. A cat like you clearly doesn't abide by common sense. It's a shame that your ability to stuff yourself with metals hasn't been able to catch up to your ability to digest it all. Should I bring over a laxative?" Mio. Vess already began to smirk. "Maybe I should wait a few days or weeks. The longer you're digesting your meal, the more you will convert the nutrients into waste products. It's been years since you last used the toilet. Perhaps it is finally time for me to earn a return on my investment. Maybe I should feed you with additional high-grade exotics that our clan has managed to plunder from Pima Prime." Meow. "Oh, there is also a lot of high-quality wreckage that we have picked up from the battlefield. We've got fragments that originated expert mechs like the Shock Shell and the Scorpion Commando. Don't they sound yummy, Lucky?" Meow. Chapter 43 Wild Conjectures. Vess derived pleasure from Lucky's pain. the more Lucky suffered from his stomach ache, the greater the probability of producing fantastic gems. In order to ensure that the gem cat sufficiently digested the massive amount of metals that he had undoubtedly devoured during his trip to the surface, Vess did not want to end Lucky's suffering too soon. Haha, just leave him be. He'll get over it eventually. It is normal for cats like him to suffer from stomach aches. It's just like having a toothache. He'll probably get over his problem in a few days. What if he is still hurt after that? Then I'll feed him with a special laxative that will force him to go to the toilet early. Don't worry, your father has everything under control. Once Vess dealt with this farce by convincing his children to ignore Lucky's awful condition, he was finally able to take his wife aside so that he could introduce his latest experimental project to her skeptical ears. Your idea is truly revolutionary, she said. Assuming it works, that is. How certain are you that this rebirth concept of yours will yield a positive result? From what I can understand, the Shield of Samur used to be a powerful and developed proto-god, but lost much of that after the battle. It is awfully premature for you to think that you can bring it back better than ever after it has lost so much accumulation. Shouldn't it be the case that your living Mech will have to start growing from scratch again? Vess shook his head. No, I'm pretty sure that there will be clear gains compared to the first time that the Shield of Samur came into existence. This is because even if its spiritual foundation has suffered massive losses, the remnant bears the essence of a third-order living Mech. As long as I convert it into a seed that can grow anew without being burdened by the flaws and obsolete elements that no longer play a useful role, I think it will be able to experience a period of accelerated growth. It was not unusual for new living Mechs to grow at a massive pace once they were put to use. This usually happened when the strength of the pilot was a lot stronger. Vess had seen it happen to expert Mechs, such as the Minerva and the Promethea, that both started off their existences by getting paired with expert pilots. The Shield of Samur, on the other hand, was a much older and more mature living Mech. While it had grown alongside Janzi for many years, it had already reached maturity by the time the Larkinsons upgraded it into a masterwork expert Mech. If Vess was able to take the existing Shield of Samur, but revert it to the point where it retained its nature as a third-order living Mech, but brought it back to its infancy, then not even he could predict how much the second-generation living Mech would be able to surpass its previous incarnation. As Vess explained his theories and his expectations to his wife, Gloriana began to understand his logic. She even became optimistic about his chances all of a sudden. I understand now, her eyes lit up. What you're talking about has to work. Wait, you believe me? Vess furrowed his eyebrows. Though he was happy that he did not have to spend as much time on convincing his wife than he initially expected, it was rather suspicious that she agreed with his theories so quickly. Why shouldn't I believe you? His wife smiled and tilted her head. I should have thought about it first. What you are attempting to realize with your experiment falls in line with the 6 phases of hexism. Normally, people like you automatically move on to the next phase when we die, but this might not necessarily be the case for living Mechs and proto-gods. Since they are artificial life forms, it is logical that they need help from their maker in order to help them move on to the next phase. Your idea is so brilliant, Vess. The Shield of Samur will definitely transcend into a powerful new deity sooner or later. First comes life, then comes death. Godhood comes third. This means that your living Mechs only have to be reborn twice in order to become a powerhouse that can stand on an equal height to god pilots. You may have accidentally uncovered the secret to producing god Mechs by coming up with the Dullahan project. You have even chosen the right code name of this project. The ancient undead myth corresponds perfectly to the second phase of existence. Wait, Gloriana, don't get ahead of yourself. There is no proof that what you say is true. It is absurd to think that I can make a god Mech just by allowing a living Mech to undergo 2 cycles of rebirth. There is no solid guarantee that a Mech like the Shield of Samur will be able to become an existence comparable to a god Mech. Besides, it requires venerable Janzi to merge with her own machine by definition. That's exactly right. Gloriana's eyes lit up further. Don't you see, Vess? What you have described also happens to match the fourth phase of the Mech body merger process. Think about it. When ace pilots that have reached their limit are ready to take the final plunge, they have to shed all of the remaining parts of their mortal selves and rely on their extremely strong willpower to transcend into a god pilot. Vess widened his eyes. That was true. Though the sources that he had read in the past were rather vague about the Mech body merger process, what little he knew about it seemed to share a lot of resemblance to his hypothesized rebirth process. At the very least, the underlying reasons happened to be the same. Since it was possible to allow an older and more worn living Mech to undergo nirvana and achieve greater heights as a result, why shouldn't this process apply to Mech pilots as well? Perhaps the details were different, but the principles should still apply to both cases. Vess vigorously shook his head. Stop. Let's not talk about this any further. I haven't proved anything so far, and it is anything but certain that my Dullahan project can create a new method that can improve the chances of ace pilots undergoing their third and final evolution. You're wrong. What are you talking about, Gloriana? His wife looked at Vess as if he was being stupid again. How many phases of existence are there in Hexism? 6. That means that a living Mech like the Shield of Samur can be reborn 5 more times. No, that's not entirely correct. It can be reborn 6 times in total. That is because after it reaches the 6th phase, it can undergo 1 more cycle of death and rebirth to become a supreme at the same height as the superior mother. Vess looked befuddled. That doesn't make sense. Shouldn't there be 7 phases of Hexism if that is the case? Shut up, you idiot. As her dutiful husband, Vess obediently closed his mouth. Gloriana's expression turned happy again. Anyway, you are definitely on the right track, Vess. I am sure that once you figure out the secret to inducing rebirth into your products, they will truly take off at that point. The Shield of Samur's 2nd incarnation will probably turn into an undead Mech. Its 3rd incarnation will turn into a god Mech. Its 4th incarnation will become a devil Mech. Its 5th incarnation will probably be its weakest and most invisible version. Its 6th incarnation shall be its 2nd most powerful version. What about the 7th incarnation? I told you to stop talking nonsense, Vess. Vess didn't find anything credible about Gloriana's deluded theories. The fact that they were based on religious and pseudoscientific claptrap rather than sound empirical evidence was a giant red flag that he really shouldn't entertain her ideas in the first place. At least her theory that his rebirth process might be related to the mysterious Mech body merger process was a lot more viable since it was based on concrete phenomena. Once Gloriana finished her wild conjectures, the discussion between the two finally became more productive. Vess presented his wife with the sloppy draft design that he had drawn in front of Janzi. Though his wife predictably became annoyed at seeing his careless artwork, she soon became intrigued as she took in all of the design choices he had made during the sketching process. Recycling the surviving head of the Shield of Samur is a creative idea, Gloriana genuinely praised. I can understand what you are attempting to achieve with this now that I have heard your explanation. I'm surprised that Janzi agreed to the drastic changes you have made to the rest of the frame. It's as if you are forcing the Shield of Samur to go on a diet. Did you lose faith in your original concept and vision? Vess shook his head. No, I still believe that pursuing an approach that is based on extreme defense can yield great results in battle. However, the configuration and performance of a Mech has to match the situation. The battles that we tend to fight against different enemies tend to be big, decisive, intense, and incidental. Take our last fight, for example. The living sentinels generally did not do as much back then, because their low mobility and overly defense-oriented Mech doctrines has left them with few options to take the initiative. His wife was anything but stupid, so she quickly understood his argument. I see. You're correct to a degree. If we take our last battles as a model, then you can indeed come to the conclusion that it is better if the Shield of Samur is able to move faster and keep up with other expert mechs in battle. You don't sound convinced, honey. Human mechs aren't the only opponents we face anymore, Vess, she told him. Historical trends do not necessarily have to match future trends. If we proceed with the Trailblazer expedition, we will enter a drastically new environment where we will encounter brand new enemies. What is to say that a more balanced heavy space knight is better than a more defense-oriented heavy space knight? Vess already thought about this angle. I agree that there may be cases where we would rather have a heavier and more defensible expert mech by our side. However, if you consider every possible battle scenario, you will find out that we can gain more value out of having a more mobile and adaptable expert mech. The ability to move and reposition quickly is useful in many more circumstances. As long as we ensure that it is tough enough despite slimming it down, everything will be fine. Just look at the Scorpion Commando. It was able to shrug off a huge amount of damage, despite being lighter than the Shield of Samur. That's because it was paired with a high-tier expert pilot. Venerable Janzi will eventually grow into a high-tier expert pilot as well, Vess retorted. It may take decades, but once she has reached this stage, I would rather see her being put to use in many more ways than to have her stick around our fleet while doing nothing else but project a barrier that blocks incoming attacks. His wife took a deep look at Vess. It sounds to me that the Scorpion Commando has made such a strong impression on you that you cannot resist the urge to imitate its configuration. Will the Shield of Samur truly remain our mech, or will it become a pale copy of the work of the Viper instead? You don't need to be so dramatic, Gloriana. I still have plenty of ideas that should ensure that the Shield of Samur retains enough of its original identity and traits to keep Venerable Janzi happy. Let me explain my proposal further. Chapter 43, 44 Security Seals. As much as Vess wanted to devote all of his time to fleshing out the Dullahan project, he still had a lot of other responsibilities on his plate. The good news was that it appeared that the combined fleet was on track to leave the territories of the Friday colonies without any further incidents. The Fridaymen still hadn't organized any large-scale pursuit fleets, even though a large enemy force was still moving through the interior of their colonial state. At this point, it was already too late for the Fridaymen mech fleets to catch up to the combined fleet. With every advisor telling Vess that the chances of getting ambushed or intercepted had dropped to a massive degree, he let down his guard and handled the follow-up matters of Operation Saturday Market as best as possible. From attending meetings to inspecting the rich amount and diversity of loot, Vess became more and more impressed at all of the profit the Larkinson clan had earned from the successful raid. Did we capture any prisoners during the battle or during the planetary assault? Vess asked during a meeting with his spymaster. Calabast shook her head. No, our troops and agents may have picked up wounded or trapped Fridaymen during their sweeps, but we did not keep hold of them. It makes little sense for us to hold onto low-level grunts as they don't provide any value to us. We have already transferred custody of them to the Hex army. The Hexers are in a much greater position to squeeze more value from their old enemies. I see. What about higher-ranking prisoners? There is no chance of obtaining them when they aren't in our reach to begin with, his strategic partner said. Not every rich and successful leader is a daredevil and thrill-seeker like you, Vess. They generally prize their safety a lot more and try to avoid straying within reach of their enemies. That's a shame. Oh well. Did you manage to find anything interesting out of the large amounts of data that we have retrieved from Pima Prime? Our black cats have only begun to decrypt them a short time ago. You are asking too much if you think we are able to unlock the stolen databases so soon. It may take months and years to unlock them all, even if we are able to put our immense amount of processing power to work on this issue. It may be more economical for us to sell the encrypted data storage devices to different parties that can work around this problem. Vess did not look pleased with this answer. That means that we will likely lose the chance to obtain the data ourselves. I don't want to make it cheaper for others to get rewarded for the risks that we have taken. Then, how do you want us to proceed? Keep decrypting the data with as much processing power that you can muster. I will try and see if we can boost that further during our return to Davute, but if not, then I am fine with settling for a longer wait. The Larkinson clan hadn't made much strides in understanding facewater technology. It was not necessarily useful for the Larkinson Mech designer to gain access to rich data on how the Friday men applied this tech in different Mech and ship-related applications. "Do you have any better news for me?" he asked. "Well, it is still early to tell, but our actions and the actions of our allies have made a profound impression in the regional community. Our agents and informers have gathered many clues that suggest that different parties are becoming more willing to cooperate with us, especially when it comes to business. Is there any special reason or motivation why they are willing to do business with us? Or is it simply because they have taken us a lot more seriously after the operation?" "It's because of fear." "Fear? These companies are intimidated by our clan and alliance," Calabast said. "Much as you expect, our impulsive decision to take part in this operation has given others the impression that we are trigger-happy battle maniacs who won't hesitate to fight anyone that has offended our sensibilities. Though this is clearly an exaggeration, the people who are in charge prefer to leave nothing to chance. The most risk-averse course of action that different groups and companies can take is not to ignore our existence, but to maintain a slightly friendly posture towards us while conducting small but constant business transactions." Vess raised his eyebrow. "It doesn't sound like these third parties are being sincere." "Of course not," Calabast chuckled. "Fear can't produce any sincerity. Only friendship can do that. Even so, the existence of mutual interests does not necessarily have to depend on sincerity in order to become valid. It is more than worth it to trade with us on a regular basis if it will make us think twice about attacking them one day. After all, we do have a reputation for being friendly and honest towards our friends and allies." "Does that mean we can order starships easier than before?" Calabast looked uncertain. "That remains to be seen. The Cross clan will definitely find it easier to expand its fleet because Patriarch Reginald is the greatest source of intimidation in the Golden Skull Alliance. As for our clan, we simply aren't threatening enough. Much of our strength is based on our expanding commercial activities, and they are simply not as difficult to deal with as overwhelming violence." She was right. Though the Larkinson clan and the Cross clan possessed many similarities, they also differed in many important ways. Vess always regarded the Larkinson clan as a vessel to facilitate his Mech design career. Designing Mechs, producing Mechs, and selling Mechs was a large part of its DNA. The Cross clan, on the other hand, operated more like an orphaned Mech army that started up various businesses in order to support its military activities. When it came to earning power, the Larkinson clan definitely possessed the edge. When it came to scaring people senseless, the Cross clan was much more frightening. "I do not think there is anything wrong with our positioning." Calabast spoke as if she already knew what he was thinking. "There is real value in building up a positive, upright, honest, and approachable image for ourselves. Many of the major business deals that sustain our clan and our numerous subsidiaries wouldn't have formed if we did not attract so many willing and eager business partners. What is better is that few of them have turned away so far. Over time, we will be able to develop a large and intricate web of business interests that will turn us into an untouchable institution in the Red Ocean." Vess dismissively shrugged. "That is long-term stuff. I'm more interested in what we can gain in the short term. Let's address a more interesting matter. Where did you store the collection of heirloom equipment?" "We have moved most of them to our inspection labs. Allow me to lead the way." The pair moved deeper into the blinding Banshee and eventually reached a guarded compartment where a lot of different pieces of equipment were placed on different tables. Though Vess had already examined them from remote, the experience was a lot different now that he was able to witness them in person. His senses went into overdrive at the moment as he came across more than 1,000 different pieces of heirloom weapons and equipment. Some pieces were so many centuries old that they were probably made during the Age of Conquest. Other pieces incorporated transphasic technology and represented some of the most cutting-edge advances in face water technology that the Friday Coalition had mastered in recent years. Roughly half of the equipment consisted of weapons. Most of the guns, in turn, came in the form of more compact armaments. "These rich guys really like their pistols," Vess remarked. Calabast smiled. "You've used them as well at times. Pistols are much easier to carry on a day-to-day basis than rifles, shotguns, and cannons. You can make the larger arms lighter and more foldable through the use of advanced technology." "That is true, but do you think it is likely that the VIPs among the Friday men are able to wield these weapons proficiently? Besides, using pistols will make them look a lot more elegant, especially if the gunsmiths have put a lot of effort into decorating them. The heirloom weapons are also meant to serve as status symbols, so their appearances are rated higher than their actual functionality." "Form over function, how inefficient," Vess contemptuously snorted. He did not mind making his products prettier, but the premise of that was that their performance remained sound. After he was done with taking in the collection as a whole, he became eager to study the best pieces in greater detail. "Where is the personal teleporter?" "We have stored it in a more secure compartment." They moved to a small and secure side office that held nothing but a table and a small vault that contained the precious gadget in question. When Calabast unlocked and opened the vault herself, Vess held his breath as he laid his eyes on the single-use emergency personal teleporter. "It definitely looks like the personal teleporters that I have occasionally seen on other people, mostly high-ranking Mechers." Vess smiled. "Have you confirmed its authenticity?" Calabast nodded. "We did. That was one of the first tasks we performed after we brought back this haul. While we have no hope of understanding how this piece of high technology works, it is surprisingly easy for us to verify that it is safe and ready for usage." "Oh, how did you determine that exactly?" "You might not know this, but commercial personal teleporters are subject to many regulations. The MTA imposes a large amount of rules in order to reduce people's mistrust and suspicion towards these kinds of high-end life-saving products. The short explanation is that they are strictly programmed and strictly designed to be almost impossible to tamper without anyone knowing about it. That is because they contain many virtual and physical seals that instantly give out warnings if anything about them has been compromised. This policy has existed for centuries." Vess looked impressed. "That's actually a good measure. The MTA is useful for something, at least." He carefully studied the teleporter and analyzed the seals that he had access to. They indeed looked authentic and reliable. When he examined the personal teleporter with his spiritual senses, he did not pick up anything interesting. It appeared that its previous owner rarely made use of it. Perhaps it was a backup that the person had left in his vault. What was odd was that Vess didn't pick up anything obvious from the designers or makers of the personal teleporter. Vess briefly grew confused until he realized that it had likely been produced with a materializer. It was anything but a handmade piece of equipment. Though Vess found that to be regretful, that did not stop him from appreciating this device himself. He wanted to make use of it right away. "Is it safe for me to use?" Vess asked. "I would advise you not to wear it on your person at this time," Calabast replied in a serious tone. "This is still a strange and foreign device of unknown providence. Even if everything looks fine and dandy, there is still a chance that it is an elaborate trap device that is meant to hurt its user. I have already tasked one of my teams to contact its manufacturer to verify whether the product is truly one of theirs. You can wear it once we have concluded a few more checks." "All right, I can wait a few extra weeks. It's not as if we are in danger at the moment. The chances that I will have to depend on them are much greater once we have traveled deeper into the frontier." Chapter 43, 45 Arminio Collection. If this was a decade ago, Vess would have become ecstatic if he obtained such a large and elaborate collection of heirloom equipment. Almost everything possessed a lot of value. The modern transphasic weapons were much more powerful than their normal counterparts due to their ability to penetrate armor and energy shields. Only transphasic combat armor and transphasic shield generators possessed the means to resist this effect. As long as they were powerful and artistic enough, both types of equipment could be sold for thousands of MTA credits. The best pieces could even be sold for over 10,000 MTA credits if the Larkinson clan could find the right buyers. The older antiques that possessed outdated tech might not be as usable anymore, but the rich and powerful colonists who ruled over Pima Prime V tended to collect them by the dozens or even the hundreds. These older fellows really liked to decorate their walls with rows and rows of historical guns. Vess mildly remarked as he swept his gaze across a table that contained over 100 phased-out Terran handguns. Personally, I'm not a fan of this stuff. I can recognize that they were all good products over time, but these guys spent way too much money just so that they can brag about their collections. Calabast chuckled. Everyone needs hobbies, Vess. The high disposable incomes of a small subset of the population of the Gage dynasty encourages more extravagant spending. Collecting all of these relics is not just a sign of wealth, but also a sign that you possess the appreciation to value these refined objects and the connections to obtain these rare goods. Other people will think more highly of those that meet all of the qualifications to amass these kinds of collections. This is a similar dynamic to collecting hunting trophies. Mere numbers in a bank account cannot fully convey a person's success. I see. As someone who most people considered nouveau rich, Vess still hadn't come around this elitist mindset. People tended to spend a lot of money on the most ridiculous luxuries. Vess admittedly indulged himself in this manner as well, though it was mostly his wife who spent the most on luxury consumer goods such as handbags, dresses, shoes, and even baby clothing. At the very least, Vess tried to keep his profligate streak as productive as possible by channeling his urge to splurge into his Mech design projects. For example, he already drafted a plan to allocate a considerable chunk of the profits of the recent raids to fund the Dullahan project. The latest 2 revisions of the Shield of Samur cost the Larkinson clan a lot of money, to say the least. And that was when much of its armor and structure already consisted of unending alloy that hadn't been priced into the design budget. The Shield of Samur fell in battle due to participating in the raid of Pima Prime V to begin with. It was only right for Vess to make it right by using a large chunk of the proceeds of the planetary raids to fund its possible transformation and rebirth. Vess considered it an attempt to ease his guilt and compensate venerable Janzi for the suffering she was enduring. Calabast picked up a random antique and activated it before aiming it carefully up the ceiling. The Terran-made gun might be out of date, but its high-quality tech and material composition still granted it a huge amount of power in a comfortably small package. "Can we keep a couple of hundred of these guns?" she asked. "Many of them can be lifesavers for the black cats in the field. Their styles and origins can help a lot with allowing our spies to blend into more well-off communities." Vess glanced around the entire hall. The Larkinsons had plundered thousands of pieces of equipment from the villas and mansions of the wealthiest district of Ardum. Though he found it a bit odd that their owners had left so much wealth behind, when he saw how much cargo space it would take to carry them all away, he figured that the hasty evacuation process left people with little time and space to take away their material goods. Nothing was more important than safeguarding one's own life. "You can keep 10% of this stuff," Vess finally replied. "You can keep the best and most practical gear, but I am not letting go of the revenue that we can earn from selling the rest to the right buyers. If the Friday men appreciate them to the point of adding them to their personal collections, then there ought to be plenty of discerning customers in Davut who are willing to pay serious money for this haul." The spy master frowned at the answer. "That is less than I was asking for, but I suppose it is better than nothing." The woman carefully put down the weapon in her hand and continued to survey the other pieces of equipment. Vess and Calabast proceeded to inspect the items that deserved the greatest amount of attention. Each of them were special in different ways. For example, Calabast brought Vess over to a separate table where a full set of high-quality gear had been placed on the surface. Vess had already noticed the peculiarity of this set as soon as he entered the hall, but now that he got closer, he was fully able to appreciate this exceptional display of craftsmanship. His inner Vulcan already became excited at the sight of all of the works. This is the Arminio collection, one of the most renowned collections of personal gear that has ever been produced in the Friday Coalition. Calabast proudly introduced in a way that made it sound as if the Larkinsons had been entrusted with the coordinated pieces of equipment. Vess had observed plenty of masterwork Mech throughout his life. The masterwork galleries were his favorite types of museums in the Red Ocean. He and his clan even made a bunch of masterwork Mech themselves. Whenever Vess was in the mood to contemplate his craftsmanship, or just wanted to enjoy the sight of a fantastic example of craftsmanship, he could visit the hangar bays where one of the several Larkinson masterwork Mechs were stored. Yet despite his unusually extensive experiences with masterwork Mechs, Vess became increasingly more impressed at the sight of the so-called Arminio collection. On the surface, it consisted of a full set of top-grade second-class equipment that was made roughly a decade before the start of the Komodo War. They're all masterworks. That's right, Vess. It took 1.5 years for Master Smith Calaco Ervier to design the collection and source every rare material before he handcrafted each and every piece of equipment. He proceeded to earn several prestigious industry awards for completing this string of masterworks. As a Mech designer who possessed a bunch of masterwork certificates, Vess fully understood how difficult it was to make so many consecutive masterwork products, especially when they were discrete from each other. Though it looked as if the difficulty of turning imposing Mechs into masterworks was much more difficult due to their vastly greater scale, the truth was actually a lot more nuanced. Mech designers simply accomplished difficult feats a lot easier due to their extraordinary characteristics. Gunsmiths and armorsmiths did not necessarily enjoy the same benefits, so they had to be able to make masterworks by relying on nothing but impressive skills, extensive experience, and personal brilliance. People like Master Smith Calaco Ervier deserved almost just as much respect as master Mech designers for their accomplishments and their excellent ability to develop new products. When Vess used his comm to look up the maker in question, he discovered that Master Ervier was a 300-year-old geezer who came from a long line of celebrated gunsmiths and armorsmiths. The Erviers emerged way back during the height of the Age of Conquest, when humanity had reached its zenith. When Vess tried to find out more about the man's design philosophy, he found articles that described that Master Calaco Ervier did not pursue any extreme concepts. Instead, the old man prized the integration of technology in people's daily lives. He made his products with the intention of making them as practical and useful as possible. This was why many of his works were remarkably small and light. The intention was to make their owners carry them around and have them handy when they were needed the most. It was a pity that the last owner of the Arminio collection completely disregarded the maker's wishes. The valuable pieces of gear had remained locked inside a dark and isolated vault throughout the crisis that had befallen Pima Prime V. Now that he familiarized himself with the smith that created the collection, he began to inspect the individual pieces in further detail. The elegant suit of light combat armor was the largest, most expensive, and most prominent piece of equipment. It was surprisingly small, thin, and light, and could be folded into a large suitcase for convenience and camouflage. Despite its lack of bulk, it still managed to cram in a full set of advanced components and systems due to a heavy reliance on miniaturization. Unfortunately, The high priority on making the suit of combat armor as portable as possible meant that it did not come with inherent defensive boost or any other extra functionality. In line with the armor's compact design, it was paired with two different compact weapons, a small laser pistol and a heated combat knife. The weapons were each made to exacting standards and continued to adhere to the uniform design concept of making them as powerful as possible, while still adhering to strict size and mass constraints. To complete the ensemble, the maker of this collection created additional modules that could be slotted to the combat armor at the cost of making it bulkier. There was an ECM module that could drastically make it easier for the wearer of the collection to hide himself from detection. There was an automatic repair module that could fix and maintain the elaborate collection in the field without requiring the help of any engineers or technicians. There was also a back-mounted shield generator that provided the combat armor with a massive increase in defensive power at the cost of adding a lot of bulk. Overall, this was a fairly complete and rounded loadout that was completely designed to work with each other. At its greatest, the Arminio collection was exactly what Vess would have wanted to wear when he went out on dangerous excursions in past events. Vess felt tempted to reserve it for his own use even now. There were several reasons why he decided not to claim the Arminio collection for himself. First, it was made by someone else. Vess had become accustomed to designing and making gear for himself. Since he possessed sufficient skill and expertise to meet his own needs, why should he bother with products made by others? Even if Master Ervier was undoubtedly more skilled in developing personal equipment, Vess could never fully understand the pieces of the Arminio collection. Second, the configuration was not entirely fitting to Vess. If he ever ended up in another crisis situation, he would rather entrust his life to bulkier and more robust pieces of equipment. He wanted to have access to serious hardware that didn't look like they could snap in half as soon as they endured greater pressure than they were rated to withstand. However, there was also a third and more important reason why the Arminio collection did not satisfy his needs. This is an excellent ensemble of masterworks, but the gear is already dated. Vess sighed. The pieces are not just relics from the previous generation, but they're also incapable of keeping up with the latest transphasic products. You can always upgrade them by adding face water to them, Calabast suggested. Vess shook his head in rejection. That is extremely complicated and would take a huge amount of time. Not only that, it would be disrespectful for me to tamper with a set of masterworks that Master Ervier designed with a specific vision and intentions in mind. He may be a Fridayman, but that does not stop me from respecting him as a fellow artisan. What do you want to do with this collection if you don't intend to use it for yourself? I'll add it to my trophy case. Vess smiled. It's a nice way to commemorate the success of Operation Saturday Market. Perhaps it might provide me with inspiration as I stare at it whenever I am sitting in my office. Chapter 43, 46 Uraltavik Clan. It was an enormous shame that the Arminio collection was too outdated to be of use today. If the current generation hadn't leapt forward so much due to the introduction of face water technology, its excellent performance would have allowed it to remain relevant a lot longer. Even someone as impressive as Master Smith Ervier couldn't predict that most of his previous works would quickly lose a lot of relevance. This was the nature of technology. Many years could go by while products only improved on an incremental basis, but then everything might change on a single day as a revolutionary new invention completely changed existing paradigms. Vess took this case as a lesson that he should never be complacent about the works that he had already made. If he didn't want to get overtaken by technological progression, then he needed to be an innovator who pushed the forefront of technology himself. This was the only reliable way for him to stay ahead of the trends. It was also easier for him to keep updating his existing products so that they wouldn't fall into disuse because their performance became increasingly more insufficient. After Vess and Calabast decided on the fate of the Arminio collection, the pair proceeded to survey other interesting pieces of equipment. Vess directed special attention towards other masterwork products. No matter whether they were centuries old or made in the last 2 years, each of them elevated a specific concept or idea. Every craftsman that was skilled enough to make a masterwork was worth learning about. Vess entertained himself by imagining how he would approach the same jobs and how his own potential masterwork equipment would differ from that of others. Once he had his fill of masterworks, he proceeded to inspect a lot of other valuable gear that were all modern and powerful enough to be of use to Vess. Though he decided against adding any of them to his loadout due to his preference of relying on his own works, he did not object to gifting them to his other clansmen. This shock scepter functions like a rechargeable EMP and shock grenade, Calabast explained as she picked up a strange metal rod. As long as you charge it with energy beforehand, it can release multiple shock blasts that are not only capable of disabling a lot of electric devices, but can also shock and paralyze the bodies of people within range. It's an excellent tool that is designed for self-defense purposes. The device's simple and user-friendly nature allows civilians such as your wife to make easy use of it without requiring any special training. Vess looked impressed. This is an excellent piece of technology. My wife won't accept it, though. The aesthetics are all wrong, and the scepter is a bit too big for her to hide. What is worse is that Gloriana is the sort of woman who believes that fighting should be left to others. I think someone like Kedis would embrace it a lot more. The varied pieces of equipment certainly opened his eyes. There were all kinds of technological devices that excelled at solving one problem or another. Vess even felt tempted to incorporate larger versions of these products in his next batch of Mech designs. His only regret was that he didn't find anything compelling enough to claim for himself. So far, the only piece of equipment that he decided to make use of was the emergency single-use personal teleporter that he inspected at the start. The Arminio collection was also interesting, but not in a practical manner. Vess actually gained the faint hope that looking at it for longer periods of time might inspire him to design and create a set of gear that completely fit his own needs. 2 hours later, Vess had completed his extensive tour of the collections. Though the Larkinsons had plundered other miscellaneous artifacts and heirlooms from the underground vaults, none of them interested him in the slightest. The Larkinson clan was in full swing at this time. It was growing larger, stronger, wealthier, and more powerful by the year. Vess was constantly making history and succeeded in coming up with new and groundbreaking products on a regular basis. He had no reason to covet other people's prized possessions for those reasons. Only those that did not do anything impressive in their lives had the greatest need to revisit past glories. Now that the tour came to an end, Vess and Calabast briefly discussed a couple of important topics. Our clan and our alliance has won a major victory in Pima Prime, but it will take time to recover from the damage that we have incurred in the last battle. Calabast spoke. For example, how long will it take to put Venerable Janzi back in action again? I don't know, Vess replied. I intend to try a lot of new stuff in the process of designing Janzi's new expert Mech, and that will probably take at least a year. If my progress is slower than expected, then it may take additional months to give Janzi an opportunity to contribute in battle again. Calabast did not look pleased. We will be deep into the Trailblazer expedition by that time. What are you trying to say? Do you want me to delay the expedition? That's impossible. We still need this. Operation Saturday Market served as a good wake-up call to our clan, but if we want to forge everyone into hardened elites, then we need to continue to seek more challenges. I understand your motivations, but I suggest that you should adjust our route and early destinations so that we don't get as close to the action as we initially planned. Let us try to ease into the deep frontier rather than racing headlong into alien remnants. Just because we enjoy the cover of an ace Mech like the Mars doesn't mean that we can ignore powerful alien threats entirely. Vess thought back on how many ships and Mech his clan had lost and reluctantly agreed that the Larkinson army was not in a good shape anymore. "We'll discuss this during our next meeting with the other alliance partners," he spoke. "Let's just say that I am open to the idea. We need to find the right balance between risk and reward." Calabast smiled in an intriguing manner. "I have a suggestion that might interest you. It is a fairly recent development that has already attracted a number of pioneers, but the chances that the issue will be resolved is fairly minimal. Even so, it is worth attempting due to the people involved." "What are you talking about?" "It's a missing person case. Someone important went missing in the vicinity of the border between the Krakatoa Middle Zone and the Zelmer Upper Zone." Vess looked surprised. "Wait, you're talking about an upper zone?" "Yes, I'm indeed referring to a zone that is rich enough to attract first-raters. This case involves a member of the Ural-Tavik clan. A man who descended from it decided to become a pioneer and organized his fleet in order to go on an adventure and explore the Red Ocean." Vess already snorted when he heard this. "Let me guess. This rich and naive fellow thought that he could head straight into the deep frontier without studying the lay of the land or harboring any serious respect against native threats." "You hit the nail right on the head. Though the information that we have been able to gather on short notice is rather limited, most sources suggest that the pioneering fleet led by Lord Pyrian Ural-Tavik passed through the Greater Bayonder Gate and stopped by one of the central star nodes for only a week. After that, he led his ships straight towards adventure, as he saw it. The Ural-Tavik clan lost contact with him and all of the personnel under his command shortly after approaching the conflict areas. So no one knows what happened to Lord Pyrian and his entire fleet of well-equipped ships and mechs. There is proof that his fleet encountered a powerful enemy alien force. A chase occurred across many light years that caused the fleeing ships to eventually reach the border between Krakatoa and Zelmer before losing all remaining contact. You should know what this means, Calabast. The chances that this pioneering fleet and everyone on it has survived are slim. People die in the new frontier all the time. Even first raiders have been demolished after running into powerful alien fleets. Just because the big two are able to match them doesn't mean that pioneers can do the same. What makes this particular bunch from the Ural-Tavik clan special? The spy master smirked. There are two reasons why we should take this opportunity seriously. First, let us assume that Lord Pyrian and his entire crew have perished. Does that mean there is no more use in finding what was left? No. The Ural-Tavik clan is large and wealthy enough to raise a full fleet of first-class mechs and ships. We can make incredible gains, even if we are only able to salvage a few scraps from the original pioneering fleet. Now that sounded a lot more interesting. Vess immediately became excited, but logic quickly prevailed again. Wait, if this incident has already occurred, and if people like us have obtained this news, then I bet that thousands of pioneers have already swarmed the border area. What makes you think there are any high-value remains left for us to salvage? There are too many star systems in this region, Calabast replied. As long as we arrive fast enough, there should still be a chance for us to come across at least one wreck. Even if we don't find anything, is it truly a loss for us to search around in this area? There are still plenty of other alien or natural curiosities that we can encounter in this border region. Though Vess wasn't completely convinced, he was willing to accept this argument for the moment. What else? This is a great opportunity for us to make contact with the Ural-Tavik clan. We only need to find a single clue to obtain the favor of this first-class clan. Why would we want to befriend them? Isn't it our policy to stay away or at least maintain a neutral posture towards powerful first-raters? It is not wise for us to get too involved in their affairs with our current level of strength and development. That is true, but this is a unique opportunity. The Ural-Tavik clan is not aggressive by nature. Its family interests are largely tied to commercial and industrial ventures. This is related to the state that they are based in. You see, the Amter Republic, where the Ural-Taviks hail from, is a relatively small first-rate state that sits between the Greater Terran United Confederation and the new Rubarth Empire. Oh, realization was already beginning to dawn on him. Let me guess, the Omter Republic is a buffer state. Right again. You've become a lot sharper than before. The Omter Republic is nothing compared to its two super neighbors, but it is never meant to be able to stand up for itself. Its main role is to serve as a trade conduit between the Terrans and the Rubarthans. It is one of the states that can conveniently allow the two arch-rivals to trade their own specialty products with each other, but with an extra step in between. The Yorl-Tavik clan is one such step. Vess understood now why Calabast was so keen on taking on this near-hopeless task. You want to try and see if we can develop a relationship with the Yorl-Tavik clan in the hopes of gaining access to Terran and Rubarthan trade channels. Is that right? That is one of the objectives we should strive for, yes. The Yorl-Tavik clan urgently demands news of what has happened to Lord Pyrion Yorl-Tavik. We will win the jackpot if we can rescue him alive, but the clan has made other promises for those who are able to bring back proof of the subject's whereabouts or demise. If that was the case, it was more than worthwhile to give this mission a try. Chapter 43, 47 Feedback Session. Vess did not have much luck with missing person cases. At least in person, Vess had abjectly failed in retrieving any notable person that went missing. He had made numerous attempts to look for Alok Branstad, Mayra, Salak Reva, and other people, but he had failed each time. A number of those failures hit him harder than others. His lack of success in these endeavors taught him how difficult it was to find someone. Space was too big. Millions, if not billions, of star systems were spread out across regions of space. Each of those star systems were like miniature universes in themselves, as they featured a large range of planets, moons, asteroid belts, and possibly anomalous spaces. The odds of finding a missing fleet, let alone a single missing individual, was so slim that the Yorl-Tavik clan shouldn't get its hopes up. Even if thousands of greedy pioneers had swarmed the border area that sat between the Krakatoa Middle Zone and the Zelmer Upper Zone, the majority of them would probably return empty-handed. The Golden Skull Alliance likely wouldn't have any better luck either, but that was fine. The journey was more important than the destination. There were plenty of other interesting planets and curiosities that the expeditionary fleet could explore while looking out for the missing lord. In truth, Vess wanted to try a bit harder to succeed in this mission. His past failures in finding the aforementioned missing individuals stained his conscience and unsettled him more than he wished. He could go a long way in resolving this source of pain if he could actually succeed in rescuing a person that he set out to find. Of course, the premise of all of this was that Lord Pyrion Yorl-Tavik still remained alive. Do you think that guy is still kicking after all this time? Vess asked Calabast just before the end of his visit to the blinding banshee. Calabast confidently smirked. Don't underestimate the survival ability of rich and powerful scions. The man might not be good at preserving his fleet, but his core team of bodyguards, as well as his access to the best first-class equipment provided by his clan, should allow him to survive between the cracks for a long time. We should worry more about the possibility that other pioneers will find Lord Pyrion first. The mission, along with all of the rich rewards promised by the Yorl-Tavik clan, would come to an end as soon as a lucky pioneer brought the missing lordling back to civilized space. Even so, there should still be plenty of other reasons to stay in the border region a little longer. The prospect of stumbling upon derelict first-class ships and mechs was attractive enough to hold his interest. By the way, is there any word about the enemy force that has driven Lord Pyrion's pioneering fleet to such a dire state? Vess asked. According to sources, Lord Pyrion's fleet encountered a Nuncer war fleet in the deep frontier. The aliens developed such an animosity towards the human pioneering fleet that they did not hesitate to persist in chasing their targets towards human territory. Though an MTA fleet eventually managed to intercept and destroy the Nuncer vessels, the Mechers arrived too late. I see. The MTA was strong, but the new frontier was way too big to adequately cover every region. The Mechers didn't even bother to stay around to find the missing lordling, as the task was beneath their station. The Nuncers were certainly powerful. In fact, they were among the most dominant of the major alien races of the Red Ocean. However, the Nuncers also possessed a highly communal and collectivist culture, and rarely engaged in subterfuge or sneaky actions. It was unlikely for them to dispatch a powerful ship of theirs that was lingering in the border region, especially when they had already destroyed the fleet of the humans that attracted their hatred. Vess was more concerned about the friction that might ensue if he bumped into any human forces, but it was rare for any of them to have any ace mechs in their lineup. As long as Patriarch Reginald and the Mars remained available, ordinary pioneers could no longer pose a threat to the Golden Skull Alliance. When Vess returned to the Spirit of Bentheim, he transmitted a brief message to various leaders in order to notify them of this potential opportunity. They agreed to discuss this matter during a future meeting after the expeditionary fleet returned to Davut. Right now, many people were still preoccupied with handling the affairs of the previous battle and operation. For example, Vess had to preside over a meeting between all of the journeymen of the Larkinson clan. Everyone had picked up a lot of gains over the course of the Battle of Pima Prime. Vess and all of the other mech designers discovered serious shortcomings about the performance of their existing mechs, gained a lot of inspiration from seeing the enemy mechs in action, and developed a lot of new ideas for future mech design projects. Since every mech designer was different, Vess and the others found it desirable to share and exchange their insights with each other. When Vess entered the conference room, everyone else had already taken their seats. He took his seat beside his wife and glanced at the faces. Old and familiar figures such as Cadiz and Juliet looked relaxed, while the newer faces such as Miles Tavar, Merrill O'Brien, and Cormont Hempcamp looked a bit out of place. The latter three had yet to make any contributions to the Larkinson army. The previous battle didn't feature any mechs that they had designed, because they had advanced too recently to make significant contributions to any design project. Even so, they could still learn a lot by listening and taking part in this discussion. All right, Vess broke the silence. All of you know why we are here. The main goal of this meeting is to evaluate the performance of our products and figure out what has worked and what hasn't worked. If there is a case of the latter, then I hope that we can go into further detail to figure out the reasons behind a shortcoming and how we can remedy that in the future. Before we address any specific mech model or design in particular, do any of you have any general impressions about our mech roster and force makeup that you wish to share? A few hands shot up. Vess gestured towards one of the new faces. Cormont, you can go first. You have joined our ranks the latest, so you should have retained your outsider's perspective. What do our forces look like in your eyes? It was not a coincidence that Vess first gave the word to the mech designer with the lowest seniority among the gathering. He wanted to integrate the newer lead designers into the clan and design department as quickly as possible. Engaging them in constructive activities was a great way to speed up their assimilation. Mr. Hempcamp briefly blinked as if he did not expect to be the center of attention so soon. He soon regained his composure, fortunately. From my time in our clan, I have already learned that the main emphasis of our clan lies in space combat. I have already adjusted my expectations on the performance of our mechs when we brought them down to the surface. Once they started to fight against the local defenders, I found that their performance was worse than I anticipated. In my judgment, the mech pilots are well-trained if not entirely comfortable with land-bound operations, but their mechs simply possess too many hindrances in a planetary environment. No one exhibited any surprise when they heard this evaluation. Vess sighed. Our mechs are far from reaching the technological standards of first-class multipurpose mechs. We have to make hard choices in a circumstance where we never have enough carrier vessels to bring along enough mechs. We have all made the decision to focus on designing spaceborne mechs that can also function decently on land and in the air when needed. Sure, the mechs don't look graceful at all when operating in the latter two environments, but at least they still retain enough battle power, and that is what matters the most. Understood. This is a difficult dilemma. I agree with your choice. Do you have any other general ideas that you wish to share, Cormont? Yes. As you all know, I specialize in developing neural interfaces. I have carefully studied how our mech pilots are able to operate different mechs through the standard neural interface that you have selected in the past. And I can already state with confidence that the performance of every Larkinson mech can be elevated by at least 5% if I equip them with more tailored and optimized neural interface models. Gloriana became engaged in this topic. We shouldn't wait until we start new design projects that are centered around overhauling our existing mech models to replace their older neural interfaces with newer ones. Our mech pilots deserve better. The sooner their mechs are updated with better neural interfaces, the less casualties we will suffer in the next battles. Cormont, can you update all of our existing mech designs in batches? The man had already thought about this matter, so he quickly nodded. I can. There is almost no technical challenge involved with replacing one neural interface model with another one in a given mech design. The only matter that takes time is designing the optimized neural interfaces that best complements every unique mech design. In order to save time, I think it is best if I limit my work to the base models of every large mech line. There are too many variants for me to take care of in person. It would be better if I have a team of apprentices working for me that can take over this burden. Vess looked interested. That is actually a good idea. I will leave you in charge of that. From now on, I want every product that comes out of our design department to feature a neural interface model that truly fits the design. We need to hold ourselves to higher standards. We have always emphasized quality over speed or volume, and I do not want to cut corners when we can clearly do better. Mr. Hempkamp, please see if you can hire a team of apprentices in Davut that can assist you in your work. The other journeyman looked seriously. There are not many apprentices that possess the required certifications to work on neural interface technology, but we should be able to incentivize them into working for us as long as we promise enough benefits. Then do that. We aren't short on money, and I am more than willing to invest in essential talent. The clan should have done this earlier, but it was not too late to plug this gap. Do you have anything else to say? No, not for now, Cormont replied. We appreciate your input. Vess smiled. Don't hesitate to say anything if you feel your opinion can benefit everyone. Our clan isn't strict on sharing feedback, whether it is positive or negative. We are all mech designers here, and designing stronger and better mechs is what matters the most. If people like myself aren't able to take a hit, then we have no business aiming for the top of our profession. While it was fairly easy to maintain a close and intimate atmosphere among the journeymen of the Larkinson clan at the moment, Vess knew that it wouldn't last forever. As more journeymen joined the clan, and as the first seniors began to emerge from the ranks, the changes would likely lead to a shift in culture and norms that would make the discussions a lot more formal and stilted. Whether this was a good or bad development remained to be seen, but Vess wanted to cherish these moments as much as possible while this period lasted. Chapter 43, 48 Superior Value Mechs. The discussion entered into full swing. Numerous mech designers shared their insights and brought up many good points. Just as Vess hoped, the mood in the conference room quickly turned casual as people spoke freely with each other. That was not to say that everything became rowdy and that people started yelling or talking over each other. Each of them were journeymen. They had already taken the first step of transcending their mortal limitations. Though their changes in personality weren't as drastic as with expert pilots, they were anything but dummies. Even the newest batch of journeymen began to get comfortable during the evaluation meeting. While Miles Tavar, Merrill O'Brien, and Cormont Hempkamp never forgot that they were the smallest and least accomplished among the group of journeymen, they did not feel ostracized in any way. Everyone here recognized that they had all become close colleagues and collaborators to each other. It was inevitable for everyone to work together for months or years at a time. None of the journeymen possessed useless design philosophies. After all, who knew whether a project leader needed to borrow the expertise of a more obscure journeyman? It was in their interest to warm up to each other and plant the seeds of cooperation early. The journeymen did not spend time fooling around. Their time was precious, and each of them had a lot of work to do due to the aftermath of Operation Saturday Market. The expert Mech of the Larkinson clan weren't getting fixed by themselves. The Battle of Pima Prime was the first time that the Mechs that the design department designed exclusively for the Larkinson clan fought against a serious opponent in reality. Though the Sundered Phalanx probably wasn't the strongest Mech military in the Magyar Middle Zone, it was definitely up to standard when it came to professionalism, training, funding, technological advancement, and so on. The fact that the Larkinson army fought directly against the Gaugers made it easy to contrast their performance against each other. In general, our Mech legions all managed to gain the upper hand against the Sundered Phalanx's Mech divisions. Janassa Pellier provided her input. In my opinion, our melee Mechs have performed particularly well. Even our most basic Mech models have shown that they can hold their own against most enemy Mechs, while our more advanced ones all achieved higher kill ratios. Tiffy Coslone agreed with her close friend and collaborator. The Lucid Rage model that I worked on has attained a lot of results in the last battle. The avatars of Myth made excellent use of its ability to capture and wrench away the handheld weapons of the opposing Mechs. The Lucid Rage fully unveiled the high upper limit of its potential when it was piloted by champions such as Lainey Larkinson. She managed to disarm so many enemy Mechs that she could arm several Mech companies with the weapons she relieved from her opponents. Vess grinned. He had worked extensively on the Lucid Rage as well. The Lucid Rage has proven to be an excellent machine in exerting enough pressure and influence onto skilled Mech pilots. Each of them have displayed excellent fighting skills that they have recently attained after training with this unique melee Mech. Its glow dynamic, along with pairing it with weapons that are much more complex than a simple sword or spear, is just what our melee Mech pilots need to break the stagnation of their improvement. His wife partially agreed with him. The Lucid Rage functions well as a training Mech. Its focus on training the mentality of its Mech pilots and helping them polish their weapon skills has most assuredly made a difference to its pilots. However, that doesn't change its fundamental shortcomings. As an offensive melee Mech, it is particularly difficult to get started, which means it can only be fielded in relatively small numbers. Another shortcoming is that the Lucid Rage still has trouble with taking down heavily armored opponents. Even Lainey no longer bothered with trying to defeat the modal firmaments of the Pima Defender Mech division, due to the fact that the plasma torches have to spend too much time and energy to burn through so much armor plating. The Lucid Rage was never designed to dismantle hostile defensive Mechs. Tiffy spoke up again. The Redacts, which I have also designed in collaboration with Vess and Sarah, are the designated shield and armor-breaking units of the avatars of Myth. The two Mech models complement each other and are able to make up for each other's shortcomings. While I agree that we cannot rely on the Lucid Rage model to defeat every opponent, it can play a great role in any Mech body when operating alongside other Mech models. Caddies nodded in support. The Sword Maidens have developed an interest in the Lucid Rage as well after witnessing how much the pilots of this new model have advanced their combat acumen. That surprised Vess. Does that mean the Sword Maidens will begin to field Mechs that aren't equipped with bladed weapons? Nope, Caddies immediately responded. It's important for the Sword Maidens to wield their swords as much as possible in battle. Each life and death struggle is another opportunity for them to exceed their existing levels of swordsmanship. There is no way a Sword Maiden is willing to give up on that chance, just so that they can deepen their mastery in tonfas. These exotic weapons are good training tools, but they are not the sort of weapons that my fellow sword maidens want to specialize in. They just want to employ the lucid rage as the grown-up version of a training mech. I see, Vess thought for a moment. The lucid rage is currently the exclusive model of the avatars of myth, and I don't see any reason to change that if the sword maidens aren't willing to commit to it. We are also short on mech capacity, so we cannot accommodate additional mechs that are solely present for training purposes. Try and see if your sword maidens can get what they need from piloting virtual versions of the lucid rage within the MSDS. If that doesn't work, then maybe the avatars can offer to lend their lucid rages to the sword maidens. The lucid rage model had amply proved its value on the battlefield, but Vess wanted to find out whether it could play an even greater role as a training mech. Of all of the mech pilots of the Larkinson clan, the Sword Maidens and the Heaven Sworders were definitely the most avid melee combat specialists. If training with the lucid rage mechs allowed many of them to improve their effective combat power over time, then that indicated that the Tonfa-wielding model should be used as more than a specialized mech for the most elite melee mech pilots. I am tempted to design a bladed variant of the lucid rage, Kedys remarked. It's a surprisingly good concept, but the limitations of its damage types are also clear. I would advise against that, Gloriana replied. This might not work out that well considering that the Tonfas are designed to be gripped in multiple ways. That will be a lot harder to do if some of the grips have turned sharp. You're right. Once they were done with putting the spotlight on the lucid rage model, the evaluation meeting soon turned to another prominent new mech model. The focus shifted to the Maiden of Adversity, the armored skirt-wearing hero mech that the Penitent Sisters, the Glory Seekers, and most notably the Hex Army adopted on a larger scale. Gloriana beamed with pride and satisfaction as soon as the central projection began to show different footage of the fantastic-looking mech model in action. I don't think there is any doubt that the Maiden of Adversity is the best performing model among the ones that we have introduced in the past few years. Despite the fact there are high requirements to piloting it, it is considerably more versatile and practical than the lucid rage that we have just discussed. Not only is it armed with an energy rifle that can allow it to fight effectively at range, it is not bad at all at closer ranges. Its battle skirt system makes it so that it can fight as if it is constantly fighting alongside a night mech. It was hard for the other mech designers to refute this argument. The fact that the Hex Army had already produced thousands of copies of this robust, but also feminine mech model was already a mark of success in itself. The excellent performance of the Maiden of Adversity in the hands of 3 distinctly different mech forces during the Battle of Pima Prime fully vindicated the trust put into this product. The more elite and skilled Hexers finally have a high-end alternative to the living mechs that they can pilot in battle, Gloriana continued in a gushing tone. Previously, they had nothing better to pilot than the Valkyrie Redeemer and its many variants, but now that they have a mech that is much better equipped to fight standing battles, their ability to compete against the Friday Men and other enemies have significantly improved. Vess felt pleased when he heard this news. Though his involvement in this particular design project wasn't much, he still derived satisfaction from hearing that one of the iconic new products of his clan achieved critical success. Gloriana, Juliet, the two of you know the Hexers the best. Do you think the Hex Army will adopt the new Maiden mech line in greater numbers than the Valkyrie mech line? I can already guarantee you that the popularity of the Maiden of Adversity will likely surpass that of the Valkyrie Redeemer because of these reasons. His wife confidently stated, "It doesn't matter if it takes a more diverse skill set to draw out its full potential. The Hexers will invest as much time and effort as needed to qualify for piloting this new mech. It is just too useful for this mech to be able to deploy its own sniper shield when exchanging fire against ranged opponents, or to be able to duel against an enemy melee mech with at least 50% extra armor." Her argument encapsulated the key reason that allowed the Maiden of Adversity to stand out from the competition. Hero mechs traditionally fell short in terms of defensive power, but by utilizing a smart modular armor system that could dynamically shift into the most appropriate configurations in the middle of a battle, the Maiden of Adversity gained a lot of defensive buffer while limiting the increase to its bulk and mass. Though this was not necessarily a brand new concept that had never been designed before, what made the Maiden of Adversity different was its glow as well as its feminine aesthetics. Female mech pilots just loved to pilot it. Every Hexer mech pilot that got lucky enough to be assigned to a copy became so motivated that they easily exceeded their personal records. Of course, no one cared about whether the Maiden of Adversity had the same effect on male mech pilots. Still, as much as the Maiden of Adversity had made a powerful statement during the Battle of Pima Prime, there were multiple reasons why it was difficult to expand the new model's usage. It's too bad that the production cost of this machine is too high, Gloriana sighed in regret. Depending on the variant, it can cost up to twice as much to produce a Maiden of Adversity as opposed to a comparable hero mech. The Hex Federation will have to bleed a lot of money to field their latest favorite living mech model on a larger scale. The Maiden of Adversity is a better fit for our clan for that reason, Vess responded. We are limited by the amount of mechs that we can carry and deploy into battle. It is better for us to invest in fewer but stronger mechs so that we can maximize the mech capacity of all of our carrier vessels. I think we should design more mechs along this approach. Cost is not as important as combat effectiveness. Vess already came up with a few interesting ideas. The Sundered Phalanx's rich variety of mech concepts and specialties had already given him a lot of inspiration that he was eager to explore in a future design round. Chapter 43, 49 Limited Space Problem. The Lucid Rage and the Maiden of Adversity were the two most notable new additions to the Larkinson Army's mech roster, but they were hardly the only newly introduced models. The evaluation meeting also touched upon other models that hadn't been deployed in large numbers. Many of them were similar to the Lucid Rage in that the Larkinsons only produced smaller batches for trial purposes. If they succeeded in performing well in real battle conditions, then the clan might decide to expand their usage. The handful of beast mechs that we have designed over the past few years have performed adequately in battle, but if I am being honest, they did not impress me that much. None of the avian mechs or tiger mechs have produced significantly greater results than their humanoid equivalents. Vess shared his opinion to the others. I see no reason to found a new mech division that is centered around beast mechs for the time being. The power pair looked disappointed, as they had been the ones that spent the most time on designing beast mechs for the clan. But neither Janassa nor Tiffy expressed too much objection to this evaluation. Compared to a fantastic new model like the Maiden of Adversity, the strange combination between the Sharpwing and the Mauler models looked a lot less brilliant in comparison. They were merely average, and that was not enough to impress the Larkinsons. Meryl O'Brien, one of the newbies among the journeymen, accurately identified one of the factors that could explain the lackluster results. Beast mechs are not fully capable of utilizing all of their advantages in space battles. Their non-humanoid form factors grant them great advantages under aerial and land-bound conditions, but in an empty void like deep space, the variables that make them special possess much less weight. Vess and many others nodded in agreement. This was a common observation. What use was there for a tiger mech when its 4 powerful limbs weren't able to gain any leverage over difficult and complex terrain? Why did it matter if an avian mech possessed wings when there was no way to generate lift in space due to the absence of air? Though these animal-derived elements did not completely lose their utility when put into space, they simply brought significantly more deadweight than humanoid mechs. Maybe the Trailblazer expedition will give our beast mechs better opportunities to showcase their unique strengths and advantages, Vess noted with a bit of hope. There is a lot to gain on certain planets, and depending on how wild it is, avian mechs and tiger mechs can navigate difficult terrain a lot better and more efficiently than our other mech models. The Larkinson clan would eventually grow large enough to accommodate beast mech units. Vess was more than willing to add them to his clan so long as the additions made sense. For now, there were too many reasons for the Larkinsons to wait until they embraced this massive addition. As the discussion continued, the Larkinson journeymen eventually covered every new mech model that debuted in the first major battle since their release. The topics soon shifted towards the older and more familiar mech lines. Many of them were Mark Roman II versions of the original mechs that had been designed a long time ago. Despite the age of their concepts, they still remained relevant on the battlefield with the help of extensive technological upgrades. Gloriana brought up footage of the many different varieties of the standard mech model of the Larkinson clan. The Bright Warrior Mark Roman II haven't necessarily shown great power, but they have managed to become a lot more relevant due to their increased modularization. The ability to equip all kinds of optional equipment and modules has empowered the mech pilots. The people who have come to embrace the Mark Roman II are much better able to utilize their strengths. The logic of this was clear and indisputable. The Bright Warrior Mark Roman II truly presented a lot of good options to mech pilots who had become tired of sticking to rigid configurations. The Bright Warrior Mark Roman II also takes up more space than normal mechs, Sarah Voikin mentioned. Depending on how far you go with this, much of the additional weapons and modules will take the place of supplies, raw materials, and other essential cargo. It's not an efficient solution to our current situation. Vess, you have just mentioned earlier that we should maximize the value that we can obtain from a given amount of space on a ship. If we adopt the Bright Warrior Mark Roman II more extensively, then I am afraid that we may be filling up an unnecessary amount of capacity on redundant equipment loadouts. She brought up an important point that Vess hadn't fully considered. You're right, Sarah. If I am being honest, the Bright Warrior Mark Roman II is another mech platform that is more suitable to be used in a planetary environment because there are no meaningful constraints in place. Still, our clan should be able to minimize the amount of useless gear that this new model brings due to the fact that our main fleet possesses strong recycling and production capabilities. The expeditionary fleet was fully capable of recycling old and unused equipment, while at the same time producing new gear that might fit a future situation better. This helped a lot with preventing space from being wasted. As other mech designers provided their own input on the Bright Warrior Mark Roman II, Vess became fairly satisfied with the versatile mech model. Perhaps it did not perform as eye-catchingly well as the Maiden of Adversity, but there were hardly any cases where the Bright Warrior Mark Roman II performed badly. This was its greatest strength. As long as the Larkinsons made sufficient preparations, they could always count upon their Bright Warrior Mark Roman II to serve as a reliable base in any mech lineup. There were no compelling reasons to update the model anytime soon. The current version already served its purpose well enough, and it did not exhibit any obvious or critical weaknesses that the design department urgently needed to address. If that was the case, then Vess preferred to wait until the clan gained access to better tech, materials, and design solutions before revising it another time. The Larkinson journeymen proceeded to cover other Mark Roman II and Mark Roman III versions of familiar Larkinson mech designs. Despite the passage of time, the advancement of technology, and the changing conditions of mech combat, the oldies among the Larkinson mech models were still going strong. The formulas that made mechs such as the Transcendent Punisher Mark Roman II, the Valkyrie Redeemer Mark Roman II, and the Ferocious Piranha Mark Roman III so strong had not become invalid in the Red Ocean. They at least remained relevant when employed against human mech forces. I am not so sure these mainstay mechs will be as useful when we fight against alien threats. Vess shared his concerns. It heavily depends on the force composition and the overall strength of our opponents. If we bump into a minor race like the Packlatons, then we should easily be able to overrun their weak warships by relying on brute force. I'm concerned about the strongest native alien races. We are still short on powerful ranged Mech units that can put a lot of pressure on enemy warships. Kedys recognized the inherent dilemma that had plagued the Larkinson clan. It is difficult to decide how we should set the proportion of melee mechs to ranged mechs. Most alien threats can be dealt with by relying solely on ranged mechs, but if we meet a human mech force, this will make us a lot more vulnerable. Vess nodded in agreement. That's right. Our potential enemies are both human and alien forces. The entire frontier is filled with conflict, and it is easy to trigger a battle for the most superficial reasons. That said, I hope that we can make more progress in helping melee mechs become more practical in battles that involve large alien warships. Kedys had thought more about this problem than any other Larkinson mech designer. Due to her ideology and commitment to her design philosophy, it was impossible for her to abandon swordsman mechs. Her career strongly depended on whether melee mechs remained relevant. So far, there are only 2 ways for us to improve the relevance of melee mechs, she said. I don't think there is much wrong with their offensive power, but it is their defenses and mobility that are hindering them from becoming more relevant. Our melee mechs hadn't noticed this problem that much in the previous battle, but they were already struggling to deal with the ranged bombardment from the Blackened Reapers and the Witch Shatterers. The problem can easily become 10 times worse if we fight against a fleet that consists entirely of warships. Dulo Voikin hummed. Defense and mobility, huh? The only way for us to improve both of these areas is if we begin to apply face-water technology to our standard mech models. Mech models such as the space piercer employed by the Sundered Phalanx have already given us a way forward. Our mechs don't have to use up too much face-water to make them a lot more useful on the battlefield. Several faces turned ugly. It was easy to come up with this solution, but the face-water required to upgrade every single mech in the Larkinson army was too prohibitive. His sister sighed. Personally, I am hoping that face-water becomes a lot more common in the future. Once the supply is large enough, it shouldn't be that much of a problem anymore to equip all of our standard mechs with transphasic parts. Our mech legions will comprehensively be able to double or triple their effective performance. This was not as unrealistic as it sounded. The Larkinson clan already secured at least 1 reliable supply of face-water, and it was not out of the question to open up additional channels in the future. Our earning power is one of the greatest strengths of our clan, Vess pointed out. Cost should be no issue. It is more important to power up our mechs than to be too stingy with our money and face-water. As far as I'm concerned, it is not enough for us to keep up with the changing times. We need to get ahead of the curve and transform all of our mechs before others adopt this pattern. In a circumstance like ours, we cannot afford to lose a single battle as long as our fleet is at risk. Our ships are our homes. Given our precarious situation, there should be no limit to how much we are willing to spend to strengthen the defense of our fleet. We need to earn more money then, Gloriana concluded. A lot more money. The current income of the LMC isn't enough to fulfill this ambition. Our mech company needs to earn at least 10 times more profit before we can seriously think about converting thousands of mechs into transphasic machines. We will have to make sure that we don't neglect commercial mechs once we commence the next design round. I am sure that this battle has given us all plenty of new ideas that might sell well. Overall, a lot of the changes and suggestions essentially entailed spending more money in order to compensate for the various weaknesses exhibited by the Larkinson army. The inability to accommodate more mechs simply imposed too many restrictions on the Larkinson clan. Every single mech and every single proposal had to work the limited space issue in one manner or another. Vess was growing rather tired of it. He wished that his clan no longer became as constrained by the lack of space as now. If this problem didn't exist, then it would have been easy for the Larkinson clan to expand its numbers so that it was able to field 30,000, 40,000, or even 50,000 elite mechs at the same time. Chapter 43, 50 Misestimation. Once the Larkinson journeymen had gone over all of the standard mechs of the Larkinson army, they proceeded to shift their discussion to the most powerful and exciting mechs in their possession. It was difficult for both the older and newer journeymen to remain impassive at this time. The Larkinson expert mechs not only represented the best of what they had offer, but also displayed much of their strengths and weaknesses during the Battle of Pima Prime. The Sundered Phalanx's own collection of expert mechs presented enough of a challenge to force many heroes of the Larkinson clan to fight at their best. Each of their battles provided the design department with a wealth of empirical data that the Larkinson mech designers barely had time to study in detail. Even so, a brief look at the footage and most important pieces of data granted them plenty of insights. Let's address the matter of face water technology first. Vess began. The Gage dynasty equipped each of its expert mechs with transphasic parts and systems. Though none of those machines, barring the Scorpion Commando, received an excessive amount of face water, what we have seen so far should be the minimum standard going forward. The Sundered Phalanx and other well-funded mech organizations will probably continue to equip their expert mechs with stronger and more phase water-saturated technology over time. What is your point, Vess? Gloriana asked. The development of our expert mechs can't fall behind. We need to think about what kind of face water technology we should incorporate in their designs in the future. This especially applies to our older expert mechs, which are still counting on unending alloy armor systems to protect them from damage. Wait, are you changing your stance on trying to extend the use of unending alloy as long as possible? What about your past arguments? Didn't you tell us that prime mechs can be more powerful than transphasic mechs? He let out a tired breath. I don't believe my argument is wrong, Gloriana, but what happened to the Shield of Samur has been a wake-up call for me. Living mechs and prime mechs should be absolutely powerful enough to contend against modern transphasic mechs, but the problem is that it takes years, if not decades of growth to reach that point. Our enemies won't give our expert mechs to grow to that extent. I have neglected the time factor in my calculations. It takes more than 2 decades for a human baby to grow into a qualified mech pilot. Mechs aren't the same as us, but they should take at least just as long to develop a lot of inherent power. The Shield of Samur possessed plenty of advantages in this area when it was still intact. It was among the oldest living mechs in active service, which meant that it had accumulated many years of growth. Being paired with strong individuals such as Venerable Janzi and Kalankso had further boosted its spiritual growth by providing the living mech with rich spiritual feedback. Along with the advantages granted by its Ardent Wish gem that increased its spiritual feedback by a whopping 40%, the Shield of Samur was definitely the machine that best encapsulated Vess' design philosophy. Yet despite all of these spiritual boosts, the Shield of Samur ultimately proved itself to be a bit too young and immature to defend against the horrible lethality of the Scorpion Commando. Sarah, Vess turned to one of the Voikin siblings. You've studied what has happened to the Shield of Samur, right? Please explain to us whether Venerable Janzi's expert mech could have survived the final attack of the Scorpion Commando if it was outfitted with a high-quality transphasic armor system. Sarah Voikin pressed her lips. I can't give you a solid answer. It depends heavily on the quality and specs of the transphasic armor system. In general, I still think it would have been unlikely for the expert Space Knight to resist the flood of face water-enriched corrosive substances from the Scorpion Commando. The concentration of face water was simply too high. At least a quarter of the Shield of Samur probably would have dissolved, but I am mildly hopeful that this will be the extent of the damage. The expert mech has a lot of mass, and transphasic armor plating is excellent at neutralizing face water attacks. That was what Vess thought as well. Transphasic weapons will only become more prevalent in the future. Perhaps rare cases like the Scorpion Commando's extremely powerful venom formulas might not happen too often, but the chances that our expert mechs will encounter a similar threat will only grow in the future. Since I don't want us to fall behind the trends, we should proactively begin to consider how to replace the armor systems of our old expert mechs with more modern transphasic armor systems in advance. That was a surprise, even to Gloriana. Are you sure about this, Vess? I am sure. I love unending alloy, but we lack the expertise to reverse engineer its production method or make it transphasic. We also lack the ability to develop a substitute material that possesses similar properties. Given this reality, I have judged that it is best to phase out unending alloy over time. No one offered strong objections to this change. Nobody aside from Vess cared too much about unending alloy anyway. What is the time frame of this upgrade round? Sarah Voikin curiously inquired. We are currently in the process of servicing and repairing the expert mechs that have survived the battle. We can overhaul their armor systems once we return to Davut and gain access to the services of the local development companies. Let's not be too hasty. Our expert mechs are still doing more than fine, even if they are still stuck with unending alloy. We should look into replacing the armor systems while also incorporating other powerful technologies to our older expert mechs in 5 to 10 years. So they will still remain vulnerable to the same sort of attacks that have felled the shield of Samur during the Trailblazer expedition. Vess helplessly shrugged. Let's just hope we don't encounter an opponent that has access to exceptionally powerful transphasic weapons. He was eager to move on from this topic, so he quickly activated a projection that displayed the Dark Zephyr. Of all of the expert mechs that we have deployed in battle, the Dark Zephyr probably stands out as the best performer. It has not only managed to defeat 2 mid-tier expert mechs by itself, but also retained considerable battle effectiveness at the end of its first bout, allowing it to assist with defeating numerous other enemy expert mechs over the course of the battle. The Dark Zephyr might be the lightest and smallest of the Larkinson expert mechs, but it consistently delivered solid results. Gloriana was not as impressed, however. The main reason why the Dark Zephyr managed to overcome the quad knife and the fileman with relative ease was because you equipped it with a batch of transphasic grenades. Although Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson is not weak, personal strength does not play that much of a role when his expert mech is equipped with explosives that are powerful enough to threaten other expert mechs. A transphasic grenade can't deal as much damage if an expert mech still maintains a fully intact resonance shield, Sarah said. Venerable Tusa at least deserves credit for whittling down the defenses of the quad knife beforehand. Vess spent a few seconds watching the footage displayed by the central projector. The transphasic grenade that the Dark Zephyr blew up in the quad knife's face was definitely a turning point in this bout. I think that this engagement shows that we should think about using face water-enriched explosives to a greater extent. Their power is incredible, and they can be lifesavers. Perhaps the shield of Samur might not have ended up in such a sorry state if it was equipped with a transphasic grenade or missile, he said. Sarah Voikin shook her head. I am not so certain about that, sir. Transphasic grenades can still be resisted as long as the expert pilot or the defenses of an expert mech are strong enough. A mech as strong and armored as the Scorpion Commando would have been able to fend off most of the damage even if it has lost its resonance shield. It is not so easy to enable a light mech to easily take down a space knight. As much as Vess became attracted by the idea of equipping every expert mech with a transphasic grenade, he wasn't certain whether the clan could afford the consumption of face water. There were many possible uses for face water, and Vess vastly preferred to expend it on more permanent enhancements rather than squandering it on consumable products. Once an expert mech tossed a transphasic grenade, all of the face water put into it was pretty much lost forever. I think it is better to save up our face water to upgrade all of our standard mechs in the future than to spend it on these luxury weapons. We need to show more restraint. We can't act like those other groups that have ran through their face water reserves too quickly because they can't exercise enough self-control. Vess eventually judged. Though the Larkinson clan still saved up a considerable amount of face water from the amount gained during the Purgatory campaign, Vess had resisted many temptations to use up the remaining reserves over the past 5 years. Many times, he resisted this urge, though there were also incidents where he gave in and invested in powerful applications. The Larkinson journeymen continued to discuss this topic a bit more before they moved on to talking about other expert mechs. The Riot and the First Sword did not look good in the last battle, but it was not their fault. Vess spoke in a serious tone. They simply weren't equipped to fight against Rebecca Andis and her shell shock. We underestimated the power of a high-tier expert pilot and accompanying high-tier expert mech. We should have tried to allocate an additional expert mech against the shell shock and the Scorpion Commando. We didn't have the expert mechs to spare, his wife reminded him. We did not have much choice but to assign only 2 of our expert mechs to the shell shock. Vess shook his head. We could have done more. For example, we could have tried to give the Amaranto more space to support the Riot and the First Sword. I think we should have ordered Venerable Tusa to stop his efforts on the right flank and move his Dark Zephyr to the center as quickly as possible. He was determined not to make this mistake again. I think a part of the reason why we misestimated the power of the shell shock and the Scorpion Commando is because they have benefited more from face water technology than other mechs. Gloriana explained her own theory. The amplification provided by this tech becomes higher as the mechs get higher in tier and rank. This is partly due to their owners allocating more funding in their development as their strategic importance rises, but it is also partly due to the ability of stronger mech pilots to achieve more results with transphasic products. Vess thought about her words and found that they made a lot of sense. You're right. Previously, we based too much of our expectations on the high-tier expert mechs that we have witnessed in the past. The Balvo's Rage and the Aaron Tier come to mind. Both of them were powerful in their own right, but they were last-gen products that do not represent the mechs of today. The Riot and the First Sword could partially be described as expert mechs that were stuck in the past as well. Their lack of transphasic parts meant that they were missing out on the latest developments in the mech industry. Maybe we need to rethink the 2 melee expert mechs, Vess wondered. Chapter 43, 51 Decision Dilemma. Do we need to rethink the concept of the Riot or the First Sword? Vess asked. Silence fell into the conference room. Everyone knew that the Larkinson expert mechs had taken on a lot of significance among the clansmen. They had become the standard bearers of the Larkinsons and represented the face of the clan. To admit that the designers of the 2 mechs overlooked crucial flaws or made mistakes was a controversial action. Tempers could easily flare if the competence and diligence of the mech designers came into question. Even so, Vess did not shy away from this matter. Pride and satisfaction would not protect him and his clansmen from defeat. The only way he could keep himself safe and guarantee his own survival was by making certain that the mechs at his disposal were as strong as possible. Gloriana, who cared a lot about the quality, fit, and relevance of every expert mech, decided to speak up first. Over half of our expert mechs are products from an earlier era and in a galaxy that is weighed down by legacy. They all emerged during a time when the current mech generation had only just begun. We formulated their configurations and designed their overall structure according to the tech and standards that we were exposed to at the time. We weren't as big or as wealthy at the time. Keddies agreed with the other woman. We only just heard about face water, but we all thought that it was too distant from us. We never thought it would take a few years to obtain hundreds of kilograms of face water at a time. Vess could hardly remember what it was like in those days. Too much had changed in so few years that he was more preoccupied with moving forward than looking back. The absence of face water in the Yena star cluster prevented us from gaining access and getting exposed to face water early. Gloriana continued. That severely limited our vision and our options and essentially cornered us into designing expert mechs that are more at home in the last mech generation rather than the present one. Never did we dream that we would be in a position where we could make use of transphasic mech parts so early. We also underestimated the speed in which our competitors were able to do the same as well. As much as Gloriana tended to talk nonsense at times, she could be incredibly astute when it came to mechs. Her description clearly pointed out the root cause and the key variables that explained why the Riot and the First Sword underperformed. Granted, it was still amazing for the two of them to be able to put up a good fight against the Shockshell under the circumstances. If not for the untimely breakthrough of Rebecca Andis, Venerable Orphan and Venerable Deci might have been able to defeat their high-tier opponent while only being low-tier expert pilots themselves. Yet given how much money and resources the Larkinson clan funneled into the continued development of the two Larkinson expert mechs, it was not unreasonable to expect a greater return on investment. As the mech designer who had developed the First Sword from the start, Kedis had to give a response to this inquiry. Her willpower already grew sharper as her personal interests came under threat. She clearly did not wish to give in on her stance. "I don't think the Riot and the First Sword have fallen behind the times," she began. "I won't say much about the Riot, but the First Sword is still a sound expert mech even if it came out back when we were still traveling through the old galaxy. A swordsman mech is a swordsman mech, and there is nothing wrong with keeping its configuration clean and simple. It worked for Jeremiah Gage back when he was an expert pilot, and it will work for Venerable Deci as well." Jeremiah Gage grew up in an older era of mech design, Vess noted. "Things aren't that much different nowadays," Kedis retorted. "Mechs are still mechs, and even the possibility of fighting alien warships doesn't make expert swordsman mechs irrelevant. Conceptually, the First Sword contains everything that Venerable Deci needs to unleash her swordsmanship's full potential. Just because it doesn't have a gun doesn't mean it is bad. The only improvements needed to enhance her combat effectiveness is to replace lower-performing components with higher-performing ones. I agree with the stance that upgrading the First Sword's mobility and defense should be enough to ensure that it will be able to keep up in future battles." The Swordmaster's message was clear. She did not oppose the notion of modernizing the First Sword, but she clearly didn't want to reinvent it just because it had experienced difficulties in the last battle. "Are you open to the possibility of arming it with a transphasic pistol or a transphasic grenade?" Vess tentatively asked. "They can be extremely handy in the right situations. A gun, even if it is fairly weak, can allow Venerable Deci to be productive when her expert mech can't get close to her enemy. A grenade can be a lifesaver that can bail her out, just like how Tusa managed to get out of a difficult situation by employing one at the right time." The offer sounded incredibly attractive. The two expensive weapons could add a lot of versatility to the First Sword without encumbering it with too much gear. His former student looked conflicted as she thought about the pros and cons, but she eventually shook her head. "I don't need to talk to Venerable Deci to know that she will not allow herself to develop a dependence on other weapons. She may have failed to do well in the fight against the Shockshell, but she managed to make enormous strides in advancing her swordsmanship, her resonant strength, and her combat experience, all while wielding a single sword. If she had access to the weapons that you have mentioned, she might have given in to the temptation of using them, which would not only cut her learning process short, but also cause her future development to become impure. Many people thought that expert mechs ought to be powerful enough that they could all carry multiple different weapons. In fact, the current level of technology of humanity could easily make this happen. Hybrid mechs wouldn't be able to exist if this was not the case. The reason why many expert pilots opted against carrying a lot of additional weapons was because their ability to defeat strong opponents was dependent on their future progression in their strongest fighting method. As long as Venerable Deci was able to improve her swordsmanship at a rapid speed, many limitations would no longer bother her that much. St. Jeremiah Gage happened to serve as a great example of what this purist approach might yield. The man had always stuck to wielding a single sword throughout his career as an expert pilot, and once he broke through to the rank of ace pilot, his Neo Amadeus became so powerful in his hands that it could fight at range if necessary. Of course, there were also examples that showed that other approaches might work as well. People like Patriarch Reginald Cross and St. Rebecca Andis never dedicated themselves to mastering a single weapons system. Instead, they regarded their armaments as tools and weren't picky in mixing and matching them to suit their circumstances. The fact that they successfully broke through meant that it was not necessary for expert pilots to limit themselves to a single weapon type. Everyone is ultimately different, Gloriana spoke. There are expert pilots like Venerable Joshua that are comfortable with using both melee and ranged weapons, but there are also those that grew up specializing in fighting with a single weapon like Venerable Desi. The choice should ultimately be left to them instead of us. We have no right to dictate or even pressure them into using guns that can adversely affect their progression. Vess could understand this sentiment, but that didn't mean this approach was without issue. The choices that these expert pilots make not only affect themselves, but also the people that they are responsible for protecting, he said. Don't forget that Venerable Desi is fighting on our behalf. There was a possibility that she and her first sword might have fallen completely if the Amaranto didn't neutralize the shock shell at a critical moment. The situation might not have become so dire if the first sword was better equipped. Venerable Stark and the Amaranto would have been able to save up their strongest shot for another emergency, such as the one that engulfed the shield of Samur. Venerable Janzi probably would have been able to keep her Mech alive if the riot and the first sword succeeded in defeating the shock shell in a cleaner manner. Many expressions turned heavy as Vess painted a picture where the choices of an expert pilot directly or indirectly caused the rest of the clan to pay the price. Though he didn't want to bring up this argument, he knew it was necessary to have this discussion. Cadiz frowned. This was indeed a difficult argument for her to refute. It comes down to trust. She eventually spoke in a measured tone. Venerable Desi is asking you all to trust in her decisions and her chosen development strategy. If you are willing to do so, then she will do her best to repay the faith that you have placed on her shoulders. What if we don't? Vess asked, while he continued to play devil's advocate. Cadiz shrugged. She will become disappointed with us all, but she will still do her best to discharge her responsibilities, with or without her ideal expert Mech. I see, Vess said before he turned to Dulo Voikin. What about the riot? You're in charge of its development nowadays, and I am sure that you have spoken with Venerable Orphan plenty of times. What is her stance on the possibility of equipping additional weapons? Dulo adopted a different tone. Venerable Rosa Orphan is not as obsessed in mastering her weapon of choice as her colleague. Her philosophy towards combat is probably a bit more pragmatic. The reason why she stuck to spears in the past was because she was previously limited to piloting specialized standard mechs that did not have much capacity for other armaments. Now that this limitation no longer applies as much, she may be open to carrying additional weapons, including ranged ones. That sounded intriguing. The journeymen continued to share their opinions with each other and eventually came to a consensus. Vess stood up. I think we need to find a balance between personal development and collective interest. On one hand, we are Mech designers who have been taught to serve expert pilots as best as possible. It is important to let them decide on the configurations of their own expert Mechs. On the other hand, we are the leaders and members of a clan that encompasses over 500,000 people. Many of their lives are at risk if we miss out on clear and obvious opportunities to strengthen our machines further. You haven't given us a solid answer, Vess, Cadiz complained. What's your verdict? Will you leave it up to the expert pilot, or will you pressure them into optimizing their expert Mech configurations? Vess sighed as he locked in his stance on this issue. The incident that took place between Patriarch Reginald and the Mars has taught me that there is always a price to forcing high-ranking Mech pilots to pilot Mechs that they do not agree with. Expert pilots are stubborn and narrow-minded people by nature, and trying to fix these traits is a futile endeavor. I think it is ultimately better to give them the benefit of the doubt and continue to put our trust in them unless proven otherwise. What does that mean for Venerable Orphan and Venerable Deci? They pretty much performed as best as they could under the circumstances. The two expert pilots and their expert Mechs are not to blame for their failures. Their opponent was simply too strong. Chapter 43, 52, The Power of a Relic Weapon. Ultimately, Vess issued a verdict that fell in line with Ketty's demands. This decision might end up backfiring on the Larkinson clan, but that was a risk that he accepted. Just as Ketty's had said, it was all about trust. When Vess thought about how much his expert pilots had grown and how earnestly they fought on behalf of his clan, he felt they earned the right to make decisions on how their Mech should be configured. That didn't mean that Mech designers were forbidden from providing their own input, but the overall wishes of the expert pilot should be respected first. After talking to Ketty's and Dulo, it became clear that there may be a possibility for the Riot to follow a more varied development strategy than the first sword. This was because they judged that Venerable Orphan should be a lot more open to equipping her expert Mech with additional weapon systems. Now that they completed their discussion on the Riot and the first sword, the journeymen proceeded to go over the other expert Mechs. There was not much to say about the Amaranto, as it performed up to expectations, and no further. Though it was disappointing that Venerable Stark could not put her incredible firepower to better use during the Battle of Pima Prime, she had little opportunity to do more when the Star of Liberation constantly forced the Amaranto to duck its head. The discussion regarding the Minerva and the Blade Chaser Mark Roman II became a little more interesting. I think the Ingvar siblings acquitted themselves well, Gloriana spoke. Commander Kaysella and Venerable Iman are not the best at duels, but they succeeded in fending off the famous Tensars. Vess hadn't paid that much attention to this particular bout, because a lot more interesting duels took place. The most notable one was the confrontation between the Mars and the Neo Amadeus. Nevertheless, he still recognized that the Minerva and the Blade Chaser Mark Roman II did okay considering that the Arma Tensar and the Fila Tensar exerted a huge amount of pressure with their iconic Slipstream rifles. Vess remained silent and let the others talk while he observed the footage of the fight. The Minerva had caught the attention of the Sundered Phalanx early on due to Commander Kaysella, Ingvar's characteristic ability to boost the performance of thousands of friendly Mechs. In order to prevent the commandeered Mechs from tearing apart their opponents on the battlefield, the Minerva quickly came under siege by numerous dangerous opponents. The Tensars were the most prominent among them. The two powerful expert riflemen, Mechs mostly stuck to medium range, and tried their best to wear down the Minerva by firing a continuous barrage of combination laser positron beams. The Minerva was not a tough Mech by nature, and its resonance shield quickly drained under the powerful precision strikes launched by the Tensars. This forced Commander Kaysella to stop commandeering her fellow Larkinsons and concentrate all of the power she could lend to her brother instead. The Blade Chaser Mark Roman II became a lot more powerful from this boost, but that didn't necessarily solve the crisis because Venerable Iman's expert Mech still needed to close in on his opponents. Though the Blade Chaser Mark Roman II was fast, the Arma Tensar and the Fila Tensar were faster. The two Sundered Phalanx expert Mechs continually maintained their distance while constantly firing their rifles at their pursuer. If this went on, the dual-wielding swordsman Mech would eventually get shot to pieces by all of the powerful energy beams. The situation changed when Venerable Iman eventually recalled that the clan gifted his expert Mech with a brand new weapon. From the moment the Blade Chaser Mark Roman II put away one of its swords and unholstered the Grey Lotus, the situation changed. Though Venerable Iman did not specialize in marksmanship, His ability to wield firearms was still good due to his strength as an expert pilot. When the blade chaser Mark Roman II started firing its new pistol at the Arma Tensar, the latter's resonance shield suffered a surprising amount of damage. Iman and everyone else who paid attention to this fight reacted with surprise as they saw how an expert swordsman Mech was able to inflict just as much if not more damage than a dedicated expert rifleman Mech. Subsequent shots proved that the initial hit was not a fluke. The Grey Lotus was much smaller than the Slipstream rifles wielded by the Tensars, but continually showed its incredible might in the hand of an expert Mech that was never designed to fight at range in the first place. "What is that gun?" Cormont Hempcamp asked. "I am still new to the clan and its unique technologies, but I am certain that I have never seen this sort of energy weapon before. How has it allowed Venerable Iman to successfully constrain the Tensars until the sundered phalanx initiated a general retreat?" Vess smirked with pride. There are several reasons why the Grey Lotus has proven to be so effective under those circumstances. First, the Grey Lotus is a new type of luminar crystal weapon of mine that is designed to deal death-based damage. You can think of it as a smaller and more controlled version of the death energy battle formations that have made the Penitent Sisters and the Glory Seekers so feared. Though it is best employed against mundane targets, death energy can be highly damaging towards true resonance for reasons that I can't explain in a short amount of time. Several journeymen became a lot more interested in the Grey Lotus when they learned that it was a brand new luminar crystal weapon. Second, while I did not explicitly design the Grey Lotus with true resonance in mind, Venerable Iman can still resonate with it to an extent because it is a living weapon that I have crafted by myself. Iman's distinctive traits have empowered the death beam and granted it with additional properties that have made it more explosive. Third, Commander Kaysella applied her single empowerment resonating ability to the blade chaser Mark Roman II. Vess continued. This means that the pistol already gained another boost in power due to addition of the Minerva's true resonance. This is probably the deciding factor why the Grey Lotus was able to pack enough of a punch to pressure the Tensars. As far as experiments went, the Grey Lotus already became a success. Venerable Iman had also been able to test out the new weapon based on the Death Lotus on more mundane targets such as mechs, bunkers, and other fortifications. It turned out that the gray beams fired by this new relic weapon did not deal a lot of material damage. An ordinary laser beam could easily inflict more damage onto an armor plate or a solid structure. However, that wasn't important. Similar to transphasic energy weapons, a part of the energy beam phased through solid obstacles without encountering any hindrances and proceeded to directly snuff out the spiritualities of any people in its way. The result of that was that the Grey Lotus could essentially kill Mech pilots directly in their cockpits without needing to break it open first. The handy pistol achieved even more ridiculous results when the blade chaser Mark Roman II fired at enemy starships and fortifications. Meters of thick protective layers failed to block the most damaging component of the gray beams, thereby causing all of the vulnerable Friday Men personnel to become brain-dead in an instant. Numerous Mech designers became increasingly more attracted by the power and capabilities of this new weapon. Gloriana became particularly optimistic about its value proposition. "I never thought you would be able to channel Helena's power in this practical manner so soon. Vess, can you produce more of them or whatever new luminar crystal that is responsible for making it so deadly?" Vess shook his head in regret. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. The Grey Lotus is one of a kind, and I don't foresee the possibility of equipping other mechs and people with comparable weapons. The reason why I can't make more is because I was about to make its attack phase crystal with the help of a rare material. Unless I can get more of it, there is no way to make more weapons like this Mech pistol." He only obtained black demon steel by coincidence. Vess had already looked up whether he could find a source of this special alloy, but he failed to find a single mention of it on the galactic net. That is disappointing news, Juliet sighed. My fellow penitent sisters would have loved it if their Valkyrie Redeemer Mark Roman II were able to wield luminar crystal rifles that could produce the same effects. There was nothing much to talk about after that. The Grey Lotus was powerful, but it largely remained a curiosity unless Vess found a way to invent comparable weapons that could be mass-produced. The discussion went back on track. Ultimately, nobody thought there was anything wrong with the Minerva and the Blade Chaser Mark Roman II. They just got targeted by a powerful enemy duo and managed to keep themselves intact. The topic shifted towards a number of other expert mechs, such as the Promethea and the Seamen, both of which showed excellence under certain circumstances. When the Evertshanger finally came up, numerous journeymen brought up its powerful mounted wargear. The City Breaker was powerful in some ways, but disappointing in other ways. Miles Tavar carefully said, "It is large and is mounted with numerous powerful cannons. However, I think it lasted shorter than it should. A mech of this size should have been able to hit harder, withstand more damage and last longer." Gloriana did not entirely agree with this assessment. "You can't blame this mounted wargear loadout for that, Mr. Tavar. This sort of mountable equipment is inherently more inefficient than a cohesive mech that is just as large and heavy. The Evertshanger was never designed for siege warfare, so it is still an impressive technical accomplishment for it to be able to imitate an artillery mech with all of this gear." "I think Miles makes a good point," Vess said. "The City Breaker only barely did its job, but that was mostly because the Sundered Phalanx feared its firepower so much that they concentrated a lot of fire on the combination. The inability for Venerable Joshua to cover everything with a resonance shield meant that it was impossible for him to match a true expert artillery mech. It was easy to point out the various shortcomings of the City Breaker, but it was a lot harder to suggest improvements. The only way to increase its performance was to upgrade it with more expensive and powerful parts, which was not really a groundbreaking solution. Compared to the City Breaker, the Titan V project sparked a lot more interest and controversy. "Let me begin by stating the obvious to you," Gloriana began as she directly addressed her husband. "You went too far with the Titan V project." Vess already expected to hear an admonishment with regards to the meat suit, so he did not take his wife's remarks too hard. "In what way exactly?" Gloriana looked disapproving. "There are too many to count. I know you poured an unreasonable amount of funding and biological resources to its ongoing development project. The City Breaker is practically a bargain compared to the excessive amount of attention that you have devoted to the Titan V project. You can't deny that the meat suit added a lot of power to the Evertshanger. Considering that its performance effectively matched that of a high-tier expert mech while it remained effective, I do not consider it a waste to work on it for so long. The Titan V project is a living monstrosity that we can barely control. Have you seen how violent it is? It was able to devour and crush the Point Break on its own. I have never seen a living mech go on the attack like this. What prevents it from turning against our own? All I see is a disaster in the making." Gloriana hated mechs and products that couldn't be controlled. It didn't matter to her whether the Titan V project was the most powerful mounted wargear loadout by far. Its monstrous appearance and behavior introduced a lot of hidden dangers to the Larkinson clan. Chapter 43, 53 Elm in Charge. "Is this what you guys think as well?" Vess asked the other mech designers in the conference room. "I think your wife has a good point," Keddies immediately replied. "A weapon can only protect us when it is under our control. If there is any possibility that this can no longer be maintained, we should seriously think about whether it is wise to continue to play with fire. We have all kinds of tech at our disposal. Is there a pressing need why we should resort to something as dangerous as this self-aware biological construct?" Dulo asked. "The Titan V project reminds me of the horror stories of the biotech industry that I have read in the past." Meryl O'Brien spoke up. "Many bioresearchers and biomech designers have attempted to develop more powerful weapons by creating organisms that are highly autonomous and able to regulate their own systems. So many of these cases produced deadly accidents that the biotech industry ultimately had to impose stricter rules and standards on itself. The Larkinson Biotech Institute is clearly in violation of those rules and standards by the fact that they have continued to work on the Titan V project without taking any measures to limit its uncontrollable nature. Vess didn't take those nitpicking moral and ethical standards too seriously. The Mech Trade Association was the only industry organization he respected, and that was mainly because the Mechers were able to enforce its own rules with the help of lots of warships and first-class multipurpose mechs. As for any other biotech industry associations, why should the Larkinsons care about their silly regulations? He didn't even care if those disapproving organizations tried to ban or ruin the Larkinson Biotech Institute's commercial ventures. The Larkinson clan derived the vast majority of its income from the Living Mech Corporation. Its biotechnology arm was more of a breeding place for experiments related to his design philosophy. In other words, he was its biggest customer. Aside from that, he believed that the LBI would eventually be able to develop so many groundbreaking innovations that enough customers would come regardless of any rules violations. In any case, the Larkinson Biotech Institute did not operate in the Life Research Association or any other state. It operated under the auspices of the Larkinson clan, which Vess always viewed as a sovereign state. If he said that the Titan V project was legal, then no one except the Big Two could tell him otherwise. I understand that many of you have doubts and concerns about the safety of the Titan V project. Vess spoke after most of the journeymen voiced their opinions. Given how energetic the meat suit behaved during the last battle, you are all justified in questioning whether it is wise for us to continue its existing development. Gloriana snorted and crossed her arms. I know that tone of yours, Vess. Let me make a guess. Your next words will reveal that you intend to completely disregard our warnings and concerns so that you can continue to play with your latest toy. Am I right? Pretty much, Vess admitted with a shrug. Nothing you guys say to me will stop me from continuing to support the development of the Titan V project. It is an incredibly interesting living weapon that is providing a wealth of new and original empirical data to me. I am able to learn much about my core specialty from studying its behavior and performance when it is put into action. Though the Titan V project does not represent the ideal that I am striving for in my work, its existence will help me design better living mechs that are less dangerous to their own pilots. Does that satisfy your concerns? The dubious looks on the faces of the other journeymen showed that Vess had not been convincing enough, but that was okay. Vess was in charge of the Larkinson clan, so he could do what he wanted, more or less. Not even the MTA had come to tell him to stop working on the Titan V project, despite the fact that its autonomous nature went against the powerful organization's own principles. He figured that the Mechers were just as eager to collect novel research data as him. There just weren't any bioconstructs comparable to the meat suit in human space, and that was what Vess counted upon to implicitly bribe the MTA. Though his wife tried to convince him to stop going overboard with the Titan V project, Vess continued to stick to his guns. All right, that's enough. Vess swept his hand. This meeting has gone long enough. Let's move on to addressing the last expert mech before we return to our own work. What do you think about what has happened to the Shield of Samur? Silence descended in the conference room again, as Vess finally brought up the only expert mech that suffered a total defeat in the last battle. Sarah Voikin had to speak up first. She had become the latest project leader of the Shield of Samur's development project by virtue of her competence in defensive systems. Venerable Janzi and the Shield of Samur performed admirably given the strength of their opposition. She began. Our expert space knight only succumbed against the Scorpion Commando under exceptional circumstances and only after resisting many other attacks. The shield of Samur may have failed in preserving frame, but it had succeeded in stalling a dangerous high-tier expert mech that was just as powerful as the shock shell, if not more. That was a rather positive way to describe the shield of Samur's performance in the last battle, but nobody objected to it. The journeymen knew enough about mechs to know that it had overperformed in the last battle. Kedis shook her head in regret. We didn't have the right mechs to help the shield of Samur defend against the Scorpion Commando. The Promethea was not a good match, despite its ability to inflict damage on the enemy expert Space Knight. An offensive melee mech, such as the first sword, would have reduced the burden on Venerable Janzi. I'm not so sure about that. Vess disagreed. The first sword would have just gotten hit by the Scorpion tail each time it moved in to launch an attack. The Scorpion Commando is just too deadly against any mech that enters its range. Its Scorpion tail makes it so that it is even more effective at attacking enemies from behind than the front. At least the Promethea was able to damage the enemy expert mech while maintaining its distance. You admire the Scorpion Commando, don't you, Vess? Gloriana asked. That's why you want to redesign and rebuild the Shield of Samur into a more mobile and offensive Space Knight. Vess hadn't shared his plans on what he intended to do with Venerable Janzi's future expert mech with everyone, so the others became interested in the details. He smiled. You're right again. I do admire its design and configuration a lot. It is a close-range powerhouse that scores well in many areas aside from utility and ranged firepower. Although I don't intend to reinvent the Shield of Samur into a close copy of the Scorpion Commando, I do think that our old work can at least shift in this direction. Do you intend to add a scorpion tail-like appendage to the Shield of Samur while you are at it, Vess? I'm not that shameless, Gloriana. I am confident that we can implement our own distinctive measures that can give the next version of the Shield of Samur a powerful attack method that fit the mech and its pilot. Vess began to elaborate a bit on his vision for the Shield of Samur, though he did not go into too much detail about the more esoteric aspects of the Dullahan project. It was enough to make everyone aware that he was working on a special project to make Venerable Janzi useful again. The clan sorely needed her defensive capabilities. Did Janzi agree with your new vision? She did, Vess smiled. I'm not stupid, you know. I gained her buy-in shortly after I came up with the idea to make sure that I am not presenting her with a mech that she will come to hate. My goal is to satisfy her needs, and that is what I will be focusing on when I am working on the Dullahan project. What about me? Sarah Voikin frowned. I thought I was supposed to be in charge of the Shield of Samur. Even though Vess had the greatest say in the design department, it was rude of him to make decisions on this matter by himself, without bothering to consult the person who should actually be handling this work. Vess already prepared an answer. What Janzi is asking from us is more than an attempt to bring back the physical form of her old expert mech, he said. She wants to regain her Shield of Samur in both body and spirit. Are you able to fulfill her wishes on the latter, Sarah? The female mech designer reluctantly shook her head. I can't. That is your area of expertise. That is why I intend to take charge of the Dullahan project. It is absolutely crucial for me to be in control over the overall process. This is the only way I can ensure that Venerable Janzi will be able to receive a new expert space mech that can literally and figuratively be considered as the spiritual successor of the Shield of Samur. I see. Don't worry, Sarah. You will still be able to make a lot of design choices in this project. In fact, since the Battle of Pima Prime has almost completely wiped the slate clean, you can start designing the Shield of Samur's physical configuration from scratch. You no longer have to abide by old design choices that previously limited your options. The new expert mech will fit your vision of an expert space not much closer than if you continued to build upon the previous version of the Shield of Samur. The woman's expression lifted a bit after hearing that. Vess indeed made an excellent point. It might not be as good as having the final word on the project, but Sarah was still the main authority when it came to designing the majority of the physical elements of the new expert Mech. I look forward to cooperating with you on this project, then. You can start by looking into a powerful transphasic armor system that we can implement in the Dullahan project. We are no longer going to rely on unending alloy as the main source of physical defense for Janzi's new machine. While we can't adopt something as extravagantly powerful and expensive as the Abbasi's armor, our new expert Mech should at least be able to stand out in terms of defense. That should never be changed. Vess and Sarah talked a bit more about what the next expert space night should look like. Gloriana occasionally chimed in, as her input would also play an important role in defining the new shield of Samur. The meeting soon came to an end. Though Vess and the others still had to discuss the Dullahan project in greater detail, they could do that another time. Every Mech designer stood up and said goodbye before they went back to their own workplaces. Only Keddies remained behind. I heard that the Cross clan gifted you the plasma sword that once belonged to the Neo Amadeus. Vess grinned. That's right. The Crossers had no desire to keep it to themselves, so they offered it up to our clan. I graciously accepted the gift, most particularly because it is the most insane attempt to replicate my living products that I have ever seen up until this point. Can you take me where you have it stored? I want to study its design in person. Plasma swords are still new to me. I prefer to work with solid blades myself, but I need to understand how other sword types work in order to prepare my mechs to fight against them in the future. I don't want the swords of my mechs to snap in half, because I failed to prepare them to resist the thermal damage produced by these high-tech weapons. That is indeed important. Come with me. You can study the plasma sword as much as you want as long as you don't break it. I still want to leave the weapon intact. I might have a use for it in the future. Chapter 43, 54 New School. So how are you doing as of late, Keddies? I am doing well enough. I settled down a lot in Davut, Keddies calmly replied as she strode alongside Vess as they walked down the corridor. I never imagined that I would start a family with a man like Joshua when I was younger, especially not in a place as far away as the Red Ocean. Everything has been a dream to me in the last 5 years. In hindsight, I truly needed this for myself. While I haven't been able to improve my swordsmanship as much, I had a lot of time to stabilize my foundation and teach other sword maidens. Aside from that, I also fixed my biggest shortcomings in my mech design career. My knowledge base is no longer as shallow, and my design experience is finally catching up to yours. Vess smiled. It sounds like you have made good use of the time we stayed in Davut. It's the same for me. While I haven't been able to come up with too many paradigm-breaking inventions, I'm a lot better equipped to design mechs at my current level. Keddies turned her head towards him. Her lips slowly curled into a grin. It's not enough anymore, isn't it? The calm and peaceful life we had before sounds like paradise to so many people. Even the people around us think that there is nothing wrong with staying in Davut forever. It's different for us. We are people who are born for the wild. The more things remain quiet, the more we become restless. Those of us who live for the thrill can never become satisfied with the status quo. Even our families can't hold us back. I can't hide it from you, Keddies. At certain times, I thought about cutting our recuperation period short. Davut is a great place to start a family, but it's not that conducive to accelerating my progress. It's no wonder that so many apprentices, journeymen and seniors need decades to make substantial progress. They have all become stuck in their own little comfort zones that are many light years away from the conflicts where their products get embroiled in life and death struggles. It becomes frustrating to talk to those soft mech designers who have never spilled blood or witnessed death up close. Perhaps other people might consider Vess and Keddies to be mentally ill or damaged in their heads for harboring this mindset, but neither of them thought that there was anything wrong. Not even having kids could tame their restless hearts. Their desire to protect their children and raise them in a safe and comfortable environment could not beat their ambition to grasp greater opportunities. Nothing as exciting and rewarding as the Purgatory campaign had occurred during the time they resided in the middle of a booming and increasingly more prosperous port system. Attaining more market share and earning the respect of their colleagues in the local Mech industry was nice, but both Vess and Caddies had always understood that their true worth lay in the power of their Mech designs. Seeing their progress slow down year after year due to lack of inspiration and pressure was intolerable to them. Becoming a father or a mother did not change the fact that both of them had evolved into transcendent humans whose lives became intertwined with Mechs. Their urge to design better and more useful Mechs was grafted into their spirits. It was an addiction that they could never cure because it had become the center of their lives. Though both of them were fine so far, as long as their design work stagnated for too long, they would undoubtedly become lesser beings. Their passion and love for Mech design literally kept them alive in their truest sense. Both of them shared an understanding glance. Operation Saturday Market had successfully stoked the flames in their hearts. It only took a single major battle for Vess and Caddies to get fired up again. The resuscitation of their passion, along with the immense amount of gains they harvested from the previous battle, fully vindicated the decision to move away from a peaceful environment like Davute. Are you working on any big plans, now that you've gained a lot of insights from the last battle? I do have a number of ambitious projects on the agenda, but I am not certain they are viable yet. I still need to flesh out my ideas and find out whether they are worth my time before I go through with any of them. I don't intend to stay still, though, Caddies replied. Can you share the most interesting idea that you are entertaining at the moment? The powerful swordmaster and journeyman paused for a moment. She had built up plenty of interesting proposals over the years, but it was not easy for her to determine which one would excite Vess the most. I've been making preparations to found a new swordsmanship school in the Red Ocean. She finally decided to share. Huh? Vess directed a confused look at her. Aren't you already in charge of the Annihilator Sword School? The Annihilator sword style is strong, but it has never fit my own personal brand of swordsmanship, Caddies replied while shaking her head. Don't get me wrong. It is highly destructive, and I am certain that I can advance it further if I spend more time on deepening its sword techniques. I just don't think I am the right person to do so. I plan to resign as the head of the Annihilator Sword School so that there is nothing holding me back from starting my own sword school. It won't be limited to our clan either. I plan to set up branches in Davute and more places so that many more people can learn how to fight without relying on mechs and guns. This sounded a lot more serious to Vess than founding an online tutoring class. Sword schools were serious businesses and organizations if they were set up according to the traditions of the Heavensword Association. From what Vess knew about them, sword schools were the equivalent of clans and families in the swordsmanship-obsessed state. Every member's status and decision-making power was based on their mastery of swordsmanship rather than their bloodlines, which turned sword schools into surprisingly effective meritocratic organizations. Talents were much less likely to get buried as long as they had hope of advancing to swordmaster and beyond. Of course, the flaws of valuing an individual's swordsmanship ability above any other qualifiers came with its own set of flaws. Scientists, engineers, mech designers, and other intellectuals simply didn't gain the respect they deserved. This was also what made Caddies so special in this highly martial community. She was both a powerful swordsmaster and a clever journeyman mech designer. She was a completely unprecedented existence that had a higher chance of accomplishing even more impossible feats in the future. Vess already guessed that this new sword school of hers might be of great significance to her future growth. I can understand it if you want to start a formal sword school so that you can teach our sword maidens and heaven sworders how to cut through solid metal. But why go further than that, Caddies? Is there any special reason why you want to set up branches throughout the Red Ocean? It's a complicated story. I can handle complicated stories. Well, to keep it short, I have always been thinking about passing on my responsibilities as the director of the Annihilator Sword School back to Fred Waylinsky. He has worked almost his entire life to catch up to his late brother, but never managed to become a swordmaster due to his lower talent and lack of help. This is why I have tutored him in the past few years. I've taught him and guided his efforts in deepening his mastery of the Annihilator sword style at least once every week. "Oh, has your efforts yielded any fruit?" Vess curiously asked. In his impression, Interim Director Fred Waylinsky was an old man who had already exhausted all of his potential and busied himself with administrative affairs. He served as a competent manager who could exert a semblance of control over the rowdy Heavensorters in the clan. It took more time than I initially thought, but Fred has finally come close enough that he is able to figure out how to complete the final steps himself. Keddy's swelled with pride. At this point, any further teachings from me are counterproductive. He needs to step out of my system and be able to stand firm on his own. He won't be able to transform his willpower if he keeps looking up to me and his late brother. Certain people could easily break through this barrier, while other people found it a lot more difficult to stop relying on others. Fred Waylinsky's problem sounded similar to that of Legion Commander Town Melon. Both of them were too accustomed to relying on the help of others. Vess politely smiled. "Well, I wish him good luck. So what will happen when he finally overcomes this hurdle?" "I will place the mantle of the Annihilator Sword School back to its rightful owner, where it belongs in the first place. After that, I will work together with the Heavensword Association to formally found my own sword school and register it at all of the appropriate institutions. Once that is done, I will work closely with the Heavensorters to train new sword initiates that can serve as instructors before sending them off to the new planetary branches." Those were big moves, but Vess grew skeptical whether those schools had any appeal. "You're not operating in the Heavensword Association here, caddies. The culture is completely different in the Red Ocean. In fact, there is no unified culture here because everyone comes from many different places of the old galaxy. But I'm pretty sure that not a lot of people are interested in traditional swordsmanship. I don't expect our branch schools to become instant hits. It is enough for them to attract those with discerning tastes and wish to learn deeper swordsmanship than the ones that are taught in Mech academies. Don't forget that every serious sword style can display a lot of power in Mech combat. This is why I initially planned to market my new school to Mech cadets and Mech pilots who specialize in swordsman Mechs. Once they catch on to how my sword style can truly help them increase their ability to cut through tough and resilient Mechs, I think that will be the point where my sword school will truly become a popular institution in the Red Ocean." Vess finally understood what Keddy's was going for to an extent. The motivations that drove her to start this new initiative were similar to the ones that prompted Vess to start the first Star Mech Academy and get into the educational sector. There were many advantages to teaching future Mech pilots. Keddy's could not only market her distinctive commercial swordsman Mechs to her own students, but she could also spread her influence in this frontier-wide subcommunity and slowly grow into one of its leaders. Of course, Keddy's wasn't the only one who benefited from this development. "It sounds like the Heavensword Association is doing a lot to help you realize all of these plans." Vess spoke. "That's correct," his former student frankly admitted. "We agreed to work together in order to advance our common cause of spreading traditional swordsmanship to the masses. You might not know this, but the Heavensword Association attaches a great degree of importance to reverse the decline of traditional swordsmanship. The Red Ocean is still a fresh environment, and everything is still in flux. It is much easier to revitalize traditional swordsmanship in the new frontier than back in a stuffy place like the old galaxy. If that's the case, then why aren't the Heavensorters doing this already? They have plenty of swordmasters. They have already done that, but the new sword schools they have founded in the Red Ocean have failed to attract enough interest. This is why the Heavensword Saint himself is so eager to cooperate with me. I am a part of the Mech community and my products are already being used by many Mech pilots. That will help a lot in making my new sword school popular. I see. So you're playing the role of a celebrity spokesperson, am I right? Keddies smirked at him. Don't compare me to those useless influencers who can't do anything but act cute in front of a recording device. I can cut through solid armor with my bloodsinger. My martial strength is enough to earn the respect of my target audience. Chapter 43, 55 Ruined Weapon. As Vess listened to Keddies explain a portion of her plans and ambitions, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction and regret in his heart. He felt satisfied because the young Mech designer that he used to tutor in the past had fully grown her own wings and started to start her own initiatives. He felt regret because Keddies was undoubtedly beginning to expand beyond the Larkinson clan. The new sword school, with its upcoming planetary branches, were an extension of her own power base. If necessary, Keddies could even cut off her relations to the Larkinson clan and rely on her own organization to develop independently from Vess and the Larkinsons. Of course, the chances that Keddies would seek to divorce herself from the Larkinsons was too small. The Sword Maidens had fully integrated into the clan, and Keddies owed too much to Vess to turn her back on her benefactor. She wasn't the sort of person who engaged in treachery. She was also married to Joshua and still needed to raise a couple of children. There was no way she would want to leave before Kyrian and Mayra grew up and started to settle into their own careers. What about afterwards? Vess might be willing to let Keddies go if she requested it one day. The Larkinson clan had grown to a point where it didn't need the help of Keddies, the Sword Maidens, and the Heaven Sworders to grow stronger and more prosperous. Therefore, if there truly came a time where a split was mutually beneficial, then he had no objections to allowing Keddies to develop herself and her organization on her own terms. Keddies and her people would still have strong ties to Vess and the Larkinson clan. The stronger she became, the more help she could offer to the Larkinsons. This was similar to how masters raised their disciples. The students eventually needed to find their own footing in the Mech industry, but even if they no longer worked directly for their old teachers, they still formed a close-knit relationship that essentially amounted to a permanent alliance. Older masters were extremely formidable and possessed a lot of clout for this reason. They taught so many talented disciples and students that eventually went on to become successful in their own endeavors, that the collective power of them all was incredibly strong. Of course, it was way too soon for Vess to be able to rely on his own network. Aside from Keddies, he only had a pair of true-blood relatives who were still stuck at the apprentice stage. They were hardly in a position to provide him with any meaningful support. "We're here," he spoke as they arrived in front of a secure checkpoint. Vess and Keddies calmly passed the security checks before they could finally enter the guarded compartment. The crew had dumped a lot of salvage and plunder from Pima Prime in this hall. The seemingly random bits of Mech wrecks, cargo containers, and debris caused the place to look like a junkyard, though it was at least a well-organized one as the clansmen neatly sorted all of the objects. This specific compartment happened to store a lot of the more valuable battle loot. Fragments and remains from notable enemy expert Mech such as the quad knife, the point break, the shock shell, and so on were laying haphazardly on the deck as if they were worthless. They were not. Each of them could provide valuable lessons, insights, and inspiration to the Larkinson Mech designers. Vess intended to study each of the remains at a later date. Once everyone was done with studying the wrecks, he would probably recycle them so that the clan could at least squeeze a bit of valuable materials out of them. There was no reason to keep them whole, unless he wanted to turn them into trophies, but none of them were impressive enough to earn this status. The plasma sword was a different story. If nothing else, turning the weapon of a defeated ace Mech into a trophy would definitely impress a lot of people. Vess sighed in regret. "I wish our clan managed to defeat the Neo Amadeus through our own merits. This way, we would have no shame in turning this plasma sword into a trophy and a mark of pride for our clansmen." You don't need to feel sorry about missing out this time. I am convinced we will become strong enough to earn an Ace Mech trophy ourselves one day. Kedys reassured him. We can let Patriarch Reginald cross-hog all of the glory for the time being. Though the Larkinsons played an indispensable role in making the Mars possible and giving Reginald the breakthrough opportunity he yearned for, it would be too presumptuous for the Larkinsons to claim a significant amount of credit for the defeat of the Neo Amadeus. Vess wasn't shameless enough to steal the Cross clan's thunder. He agreed with Kedys that the time of the Larkinson clan would come soon enough. He just needed to wait until the Larkinson expert pilots progressed far enough to reach a new stage in their evolution. The two Mech designers turned their attention to the massive weapon that was resting upright on a large weapon rack. Vess had already spent enough time to familiarize himself with the plasma sword during his last visit to the Cross clan, so nothing about the weapon was new to him. Once his awe towards anything related to Ace Mechs had worn off, he realized that this piece of gear wasn't worth obsessing over. Kedys reacted a lot stronger than him towards the giant weapon. This was the first time she could get close to the plasma sword. Her expression displayed a mixture of awe, respect, and interest as her eyes scanned across the blade and studied all of the technological elements that were visible on the surface. "Do you have any scanning data?" she asked. "Here you go," he replied and transferred the files to her comm. The female journeyman did not rush her examination, but calmly observed the high-tech weapon at different heights and angles. She also studied the scanning data and other information that the Larkinsons had collected about the weapon. It was only after she had fully studied the exterior of the plasma sword that she began to use her powerful senses to examine the intangible properties of the sword. As a swordmaster, her ability to connect to swords was impressive and could not be replicated through technological means. Kedys was even more special among other swordmasters due to the fact that her extraordinary attainments in this field was based on her companion's spirit. This granted her a convenient way to familiarize herself with the heart of the plasma sword. She reached out her hand. A floating scabbard hovered in her grasp. Once it came close enough, Kedys respectfully unsheathed her bloodsinger. "Sharpie, there's a new sword for you to explore." Sharp, sharp, sharp. A miniature spiritual version of Kedys quickly jumped out of the bloodsinger and looked up at the plasma sword with a look of anticipation. Vess looked dubious when he compared the scale between Sharpie and the plasma sword. The disparity in size was too big. "Are you sure that Sharpie can handle such a huge sword?" "Don't worry, Vess. If Sharpie can inhabit the decapitator that I have made for the first sword, then she can definitely do the same for this weapon. The plasma sword is different from the swords you are familiar with. St. Jeremiah Gage has baptized it with his willpower for an extended amount of time. The weapon is also alive in a sense. I don't think it will appreciate the intrusion of an enemy of the Gage dynasty." Though Kedys did not believe the plasma sword could pose a serious threat to Sharpie, she nonetheless agreed that it didn't hurt to be cautious. Sharpie will only come in touch with the surface of the plasma sword for the time being. The little companion spirit slowly approached the exterior of the dormant blade and slowly sank into the metal surface. A sense of excitement spread from the giant weapon, as Vess had the illusion that Sharpie was waking up the plasma sword. However, only a dozen or so seconds passed before the plasma sword released a painful shockwave that repelled Sharpie and caused Vess and Kedys to take a few steps back. What was that? Vess grew confused even as he raised his guard. Meanwhile, Sharpie returned to her progenitor while looking hurt and offended. "Sharp, sharp, sharp." Kedys frowned before allowing Sharpie to dive back into her bloodsinger. "What's wrong?" "This sword is ruined," she stated. "Ruined?" "In my eyes, this plasma sword could have become great," she elaborated. "Almost everything about its design and construction is great in my professional judgment. Whoever developed the weapon understood the essence of swords and tried to make this technological marvel as true to the nature of swords as possible." though the inclusion of plasma technology has forced the designer to make a lot of deviations. A sword is still a sword no matter whether its edge can burn or cut through solid matter. Vess nodded in understanding. And all of that became ruined when Master Huron integrated that weird expert pilot head inside the body of the weapon. Am I correct? Keddies actually snarled this time. The mere mention of this added feature was enough to boil her blood. The man responsible for this late addition may be an impressive Mech designer, but he has no love for swords. His approach to make the plasma sword is a travesty compared to ours. Whereas we are able to draw out the life that is inherent in our weapons, Master Huron desecrated the plasma sword by inserting it with a foreign life. The expert pilot who is still kept alive in this blade, even now, doesn't even function as a design spirit. The intruder has directly corrupted the weapon and denied it any opportunity to spawn a life that truly represents the weapon. Even Vess became disgusted when he heard her description. Master Huron's methods were not only crude, but also violated the intrinsic rights of the product itself. I also formed some of those thoughts when I was able to study the plasma sword up close myself, he admitted. This attempt to imitate my living products is too exploitative. Any weapon that requires an expert pilot to volunteer for this punishing duty is a product that is too harmful to exist. Perhaps Master Huron managed to get away with creating a set of 3 living swords for the Neo Amadeus, but there is no way a method like this could ever be implemented in mass production models. Keddies was glad that Vess also harbored disgust towards the plasma sword, but a part of her grew suspicious at him. Did he truly disapprove of the weapon? Given what we know about this sword, are you thinking about converting it for our use? No matter what, it is definitely a powerful weapon that can give its wielders a massive boost in attack power. Vess immediately shook his head. I would never do so. First, this plasma sword is locked with security features that prevent us from controlling it. Second, the living consciousness within the weapon is extremely hostile towards our clan. Third, the plasma sword was developed with an ace mech in mind, which means its energy consumption is a lot more horrible than you can imagine. None of our mechs can keep it active for more than 2 or so minutes. In practice, this interval is even shorter as our expert mechs have to use up their energy for many other purposes such as moving around. Though Vess listed several strong reasons why the Larkinson clan shouldn't wield this weapon in battle, Keddies did not buy his message. I'm not so sure the plasma sword is as difficult to make use of as you say. You can address your first and third points by tinkering with the weapon. You can overcome the second problem by manipulating the living consciousness or assigning the blade to my husband. If Joshua is charming enough to tame a hostile creation like the Titan 5 project, I don't think it is impossible for him to win over this exceedingly strange sword. That was actually an interesting idea. Vess spontaneously came up with a potential new design project based on his former student's words. Chapter 4356 Easy Weapon. When Vess shared his latest design concept to Keddies, the female swordmaster did not become as excited as he hoped. Instead, her expression became more doubtful and dubious towards the ideas that he had just raised. You don't think it's a good idea. It's a stupid idea, Keddies ruthlessly replied. No offense, Vess, but Joshua absolutely doesn't need a mounted wargear loadout that turns his Evert Shanger into a super version of a swordsman mech. Why don't you think it's a good idea? Because it goes against the essence of what swordsman mechs should be. You've designed numerous swordsman mechs before. You should know that chasing after raw power is hardly sufficient to design a good melee mech. What you have just proposed is a scaled-up power mech. I have no doubt that it is able to strike with enough power to break through a lot of defenses, but its agility, range of motion, and control will suffer so badly that it can no longer exert the full power of swordsmanship anymore. Everything will become far too clunky for Joshua to be able to display any significant skill or finesse. Vess glanced up at the plasma sword. With a weapon as powerful as this, I don't think it is essential for Joshua to control his Mech with that much finesse. The active blade of an ace Mech-grade weapon should already be strong enough to power through every obstacle. Besides, if you are so concerned about this issue, we can design a mounted wargear loadout that tries to preserve the agility of the base Mech as much as possible. The swordmaster still didn't look convinced. Give it up, Vess. I am not going to allow my husband to entrust his life to a clunky mess and a weapon that uses the head of a hostile expert pilot to give it life. Both ideas are antithetical to the sort of swords and swordsman Mechs that I want to create. They are as bad as Patriarch Reginald killing off his living Mech. Vess understood that there was no way for him to persuade Kedis to go along with his idea after she brought up this example. Perhaps his suggestion went too far. Even if he did not cooperate with Kedis, it still wouldn't have been wise for him to go through with his idea. He lowered his head in defeat. Fine, I'll give up on it. What else can we do with the plasma sword, then? We haven't earned the right to turn it into a trophy, and it would be too wasteful for us to leave it in storage or break it down so that we can recycle its materials. I still want to find a way to make use of its incredible power. I have a feeling that we might need it against the opponents we will be facing in the future. Kedis did not rush to reply to Vess. She remained silent for half a minute before she settled on her proposal. I don't disagree with you, Vess. I am not entirely opposed to the idea of making use of it. My suggestion is to rehabilitate this weapon. Vess raised his eyebrow after hearing this. Rehabilitate the weapon. That's correct, Kedis confirmed as she stared up at the weapon again. This plasma sword used to be a proper weapon for swordsman Mech before Master Huron came along and ruined it with his upgrade. Since he can change the original design of this impressive sword, there is no reason why I can't change it back to its original form or close to it. I don't intend to do so, though. I think it is better if I alter it so that it is more practical. I can tune down the power of the weapon so that it doesn't burn through as much energy. This was an intriguing idea, and one that Kedis could take care of by herself. It might be difficult for her to design a plasma sword of this standard from scratch, but it was a lot easier to modify an existing one. She didn't need to know how everything worked. She just needed to be aware of the repercussions of every change she introduced to the existing weapon. What are your intentions? Vess asked. Do you have a specific Mech in mind for this plasma sword, and how will you change it to suit its new purpose? That's a difficult question to answer, she replied. A weapon as powerful as this should traditionally be paired with the strongest swordsman Mech pilot in our clan. I know that Venerable Deci should be able to wield it and make good use of its high-tech properties. However, the weapon doesn't fit her at all. I know she will reject the option of using it even if the plasma sword is capable of inflicting more damage than her decapitator. This was rather understandable to Vess. He was not ignorant of how an expert pilot and sword maiden like Venerable Deci developed a relationship and a dependence on their own weapons. The decapitator was a masterwork Mech, sword that Kedis had lovingly developed for Venerable Deci. It was a weapon that was precisely designed and configured for the sword maiden expert pilot's fighting style and had already been used for quite a few years. There was not that much value to adding the plasma sword in the mix. Deci not only had to start building up a relationship with the new weapon from scratch, but would also never be able to wield it to its fullest potential since it was originally developed for Saint Jeremiah Gage. Okay, I can understand this sentiment, Kedis. Who do you want to give it to, then? We don't have a lot of sword wielders among our expert pilots. The only other alternatives are Venerable Joshua and Venerable Iman. I know. Both of them are adequate choices since neither of them are true swordsmen according to my standards. Since they aren't that passionate about swordsmanship, it is okay to make use of this flawed weapon. They don't have that much swordsmanship to begin with that could get ruined by making use of the plasma sword. That sounded rather harsh, but Vess could understand her logic. It was rather ironic that a weapon originally designed to be wielded by a powerful ace pilot would ultimately fall into the hands of a much weaker expert pilot who did not appreciate swords to the same extent. "So who do you pick?" Vess asked. "My husband." Kedys no longer withheld her answer. "I've tried to make Joshua more enthusiastic about taking swordsmanship more seriously, but his progress is glacial. No matter how many times I instructed him and sparred against him, he just doesn't get it. I've realized that my attempts to turn him into a qualified swordsman is futile. Since that is the case, there is little to no harm in giving him custody of the plasma sword after I have reformed it. Besides, I think it would be good for this weapon to spend time with Joshua. His warm and gentle nature can heal the weapon's invisible scars." Vess was impressed with her arguments. She did not pick Joshua just because she wanted to favor her husband or anything. He truly became convinced that the plasma sword would offer the greatest value if it became a part of the Evertschanger's standard loadout. "What about the heart sword? You designed the weapon for venerable Joshua, and he has already utilized it for more than half a decade. Won't it get hurt if venerable Joshua begins to spend time with the new plasma sword?" "It will be fine, I think. My heart sword shouldn't be that weak or brittle. Joshua can choose which sword he wants to equip his Evertschanger with before he deploys into battle. The plasma sword is highly effective against specific enemies, but consumes a lot of energy, so it is best in short-lasting engagements against strong opponents. The heart sword is decent and reliable in most situations, and the Evertschanger can remain in the field for a longer period of time." In other words, Kedys wanted to expand the Evertschanger's arsenal instead of replacing one weapon for another. This was indeed a good approach for Joshua and the Evertschanger. It was why the Neo Amadeus originally came equipped with 3 unique swords with different properties. Having the right tool for the job at hand could make it a lot easier to overcome a powerful enemy. The two went into further detail as they discussed the specific changes that should be made. The secret chamber that is keeping the decapitated head of the Fridayman expert pilot alive must go. Kedys immediately determined. It is a disgusting invention that continually stains this weapon the longer it exists. A part of Vess found it to be a shame to rid the plasma sword of this unique feature. No matter what he thought about Master Huron's crazy attempt to imitate a living product, the existence of this unconventional feature presented Vess with the option to collect a lot of interesting data. However, Kedys' feelings about this topic were so strong that Vess didn't think he could get away with trying to retain this feature. "If you decide to pull out the head, try and preserve it as best as possible," he told her. "You should inform Director Rania about your plans and ask for her help in keeping the head alive." Kedys narrowed her eyes. "What do you intend to do with it once it is out of the plasma sword?" "I'm not sure yet, but I'm not about to let a valuable ingredient go to waste. You do know that the expert pilot, who is presumably from the Gage dynasty, is still alive, right? Doesn't the MTA prohibit experimentation on demigods?" Vess couldn't help but chuckle. He waved his arm towards the plasma sword. "What do you call this, then? Besides, the Gaugers treated their expert pilot as experimental material first. I don't intend to do anything different. From the moment the head ceased to be treated as a person, it has become an object. The individual is already dead as far as I'm concerned. If the Mechers somehow disagree with my stance, they are free to come and take it away." In truth, he needed to determine how much of the expert pilot was left alive, but he seriously doubted that much was left. According to the inferences that he had made, the expert pilots who went on to donate their heads were already declining beforehand. The 2 Mech designers moved on from this topic and talked about the other changes that should be made. The power of this ace Mech-level weapon was too much for an expert Mech like the Evertschanger. It was already certain that the power level had to be reduced in order to prevent it from burning too much energy at once. "How much do you want to reduce its power?" Vess curiously asked. "If you take too much away, there is hardly any reason to make use of the weapon anymore. Its damage potential must be significantly higher than the heart sword to justify its use, but then you will have to worry about too much energy consumption." I will have to determine this when I obtain a better understanding on how this weapon works, Kedis replied. I am in favor of trying my best to preserve its power. I absolutely agree that it needs to retain its power to pose enough of a threat against powerful enemies. This is also closer to how it is meant to be used. According to my analysis of the Neo Amadeus, the plasma sword was originally meant to be used as the ultimate solution to a damaged opponent. Its purpose is to quickly melt through whatever armor that is left and kill an ace pilot or other key target before the opposition has any time to retreat. That makes sense. Chapter 43, 57, Attention and Care. No serious incidents took place as Task Force Fury and the Golden Skull Alliance successfully departed from the Friday Coalition's sphere of influence. Just as the intelligence indicated, none of the coalition partners mustered up any forces to pursue the powerful attackers that had devastated Pima Prime. The surprise attack and the resulting devastation still provoked a lot of arguments, accusations, recriminations, and grief among many people. The rivalry between the Friday men and the Hexers became stoked once again. The latter might have lost the Komodo War, but their overall strength in the Red Ocean was not weak. The Larkinson clan hardly took notice of the rising tension between the two archenemies. As the fleet of the Golden Skull Alliance finally split away from the ships of the Hex army, everything slowly appeared to go back to normal. The clansmen were already beginning to move beyond the previous operation and started to prepare for the Trailblazer expedition that should have started months ago according to the original schedule. The biggest priorities of the Larkinsons were to digest the huge amount of plunder and other gains from Operation Saturday Market, while doing their best to recover their strength in the short term. Many different people and institutions in the clan were already doing their part to make up for the losses. The diligent Ovenbird became preoccupied with conducting emergency repairs on the broken combat carriers, most of which had to be towed by the capital ships in order to keep up with the fleet. The Larkinson Navy, along with other relevant departments, were contacting a slew of shipbrokers, ship wholesalers, and shipbuilding companies to acquire as many carrier vessels as possible. The Larkinson clan's vastly improved reputation and recognition helped to open a lot of doors. The chances that the Larkinsons could obtain even more combat carriers than they originally started with became a lot higher due to their impressive performance in the previous battle. The repair work on damaged Mechs and the production of replacement units proceeded without any issue. The clan excelled at working with Mechs, so something had to go seriously wrong if it couldn't even replenish its Mech casualties. The main fleet already stocked enough parts and materials to quickly produce enough Mechs in-house. The Hammerworks manufacturing complex, situated inside the cat nest, had also been tasked with producing a lot of Mechs, ship parts, and other goods to facilitate the clan's restoration effort. Letter 1D6ATF, REEW, Letter 1D452, Letter 1D5EF, Letter 1D48F, OVELC, Letter 1D490M. Even the Larkinson clan's external partners, such as Melman Advanced Systems, had agreed to produce high-quality replacement parts to repair the Larkinson expert Mechs that had incurred serious damage. It wasn't just the Mechs and starships that were being fixed or replaced. The clan also put a lot of effort into meeting the needs of its own people. The soldiers and their families organized funerals and memorial services for the dead. Our journey through human space and beyond is a struggle. General Verl solemnly spoke as he stood in front of a row of coffins. Our clan never had it easy since it came into being. Each of us have joined it with the hope and expectation of reaching the top of human society, but society does not want us to rise above our station. The uniformed servicemen all stood still as their thoughts about their fallen comrades began to make way for thoughts about their future trajectory. Whether they are pirates, Friday men, Garlaners, Vulcanites, or aliens, anyone might emerge one day and stand in our way. The only way for us to break this blockade is to fight the enemies that wish to drag us down. Many times we have succeeded, and many times we have paid the price for our defiance. This time is no different. We have bled, we have suffered, we have persevered. Let us honor those who made the ultimate sacrifice by remembering them. Each of them are heroes for contributing to the survival and prosperity of the rest of us. Remember their names. Remember. 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 The mourning period was intense, but short. As far as the clan was concerned, the living deserved a lot more attention than the dead. Funerals had become somewhat of a semi-regular routine to many clansmen, so the overall mood soon lightened up after the most immediate scars of the battle had begun to fade. The survivors also required a lot of attention. Those who sustained injuries in the previous battle all received the care they needed from the Larkinson Biotech Institute. People who received significant mental trauma began to step on the road of recovery. The Larkinson clan had inherited the belief of the old family that showering traumatized individuals with love and attention was the best way to make everything right. While this wasn't completely true, there were dedicated departments in the clan that closely monitored and controlled the interactions of potential problem cases. Janzi naturally fell under their gaze. It was extremely unhealthy for her to spend over half of her waking hours inside a secure storage compartment while pressing her body against the remnant head of the shield of Samur. The Larkinsons pretty much dragged her listless body away from this dreary place and forced her to spend time with her husband Adnau and her son Mercer. She also had to attend therapy sessions in order to make sure she received professional help and guidance. "I love you, Mommy." A cute little boy sat on Janzi's lap and hugged his mother. "I love you too, Mercer." A brittle smile appeared on Janzi's face as the overflowing love from her baby boy caused her to set aside her depressing thoughts. As the expeditionary fleet steadily left the Magyar Middle Zone and returned to the Krakatoa Middle Zone, many other ships and fleets always made sure to keep their distance from the dangerous alliance. Different from last time, the Golden Skull Alliance were no longer considered to be one among many pioneering groups. The Larkinsons, glory seekers, and especially the Crossers had shown that they could threaten entire colonies and potentially cause the downfall of entire colonial states. The colorful history of the Golden Skull Alliance only added to its intimidation factor. Its inexplicable involvement with the Vulcan Empire was particularly concerning, as the once famous dwarven state collapsed shortly afterwards. The Larkinsons gained a lot of confidence from these reactions. Their self-esteem and belief in their own strength and values rose significantly in the past few weeks. All of the Mech pilots that had participated in the battle also experienced a lot of growth. So many of them had been rookies a month ago, but now that they had gone through a baptism of fire, they finally received the recognition they craved from the seasoned veterans of the Larkinson army. "Venerable Iman," Lainey Larkinson stood up and saluted the new arrival. "I didn't expect you to pay a visit to me. Please forgive the mess." The pilot ready room was anything but a mess, but Lainey had become flustered as one of the heroes of the Larkinson clan stepped inside while she was completely unprepared. Venerable Iman casually waved her hand. "Relax. This isn't a formal meeting or anything. I was in the neighborhood, so I just decided to stop by and find out how you are doing. You learned a lot from me, and I still recognize many echoes of my skills in your previous battle performance. That makes you my apprentice or student, I suppose. Anyway, what did you think of your first battle?" "It was exciting," Lainey honestly said. "A few of the rookies among the avatars have lost their nerve due to the Battle of Pima Prime, but I'm not one of them. I only felt as if my time had finally come. I spent so much time growing up among the Larkinsons and hearing about different battles that I yearned to fight myself. From the moment I began to challenge different Friday Men Mechs, my blood pumped faster. I even had to hold back at times in order to prevent myself from getting too far ahead." Venerable Iman nodded in understanding. "That is similar to how I felt during my first battles. We have trained for this for much of our lives. From our teenage years onwards, Both of us spent many days training our skills and learning everything we needed to know about mechs and tactics to become useful on the battlefield. Now that you are finally able to fulfill your purpose, you probably look forward to the next battle, right? Lainey smiled. I guess so. I know it isn't entirely right for me to wish that our clan can get into a fight. People have died in the previous battle. Though I sympathize for those losses, that hasn't stopped me from looking forward to the next engagement. Am I a bad person for feeling this way? The expert pilot did not look surprised after he heard her admission. You are doing nothing wrong as far as I am concerned. We are both Mech pilots and soldiers. Our main purpose is to fight and protect our people when needed. As long as your thoughts don't hinder you from doing so, then it is okay to look forward to battle. In my opinion, we need people who are eager to prove themselves like you in our ranks. If our Larkinson army has lost its drive, then our clan's future will come into doubt. The Red Ocean was rife with danger and turmoil. There was no way the Larkinson clan could make it as an independent power if it didn't possess the force and the willingness to use it to defeat its adversaries. The two Mech pilots continued to talk for a while. Lainey asked numerous questions about how she should handle specific situations in battle, and Venerable Iman obliged by giving her answers or at least a few hints so she could figure out her own fighting style. Lainey also shared her thoughts about the battle and her place in the clan. No matter what silly matter she brought up, Iman spoke with utmost consideration for her well-being. Thank you for clarifying all of this to me, she said at the end of their fruitful session. I don't feel like I deserve all of this personal attention from an expert pilot like yourself. I'm already doing okay, and there are many more Mech pilots who could use your help. I know, but you are different, Lainey. Aside from the reasons that I mentioned at the start, I'm guiding you because I think you have potential to fight at my side one day. Aren't you being too premature, Iman? No one can ever predict a breakthrough. You're normally right, but when I look at you, I see the makings of a great Larkinson Mech pilot. Iman unabashedly said. I'm not even afraid of revealing my expectations to you for fear of ruining your mentality, because I know you are strong enough to overcome such trivial matters. You bear a part of my power, so you should have also gained a portion of my potential. I am honored, sir. I will do my best to live up to your expectations. The girl solemnly spoke. Iman patted her shoulder in a friendly manner. Don't be in a hurry. You have only gone through a single real battle. You still have much to learn or experience before you know who you truly are on the battlefield. Make sure you survive the dangerous battles to come, but don't go too far and turn into a turtle. Fear never helps. The only way for you to surpass your limits is if you overcome hesitation and display true courage and valor on the battlefield. Only those who are willing to put your life on the line for your cause have the qualification to become larger than life. The young woman grew more eager to prove herself once again. Her fighting spirit rose as Iman's belief in her combat ability fueled her confidence. Chapter 4358, starting from scratch. As the expeditionary fleet continued to advance towards Davut, the Mech designers of the Larkinson clan engaged in plenty of work. The assistant Mech designers, who normally worked in the design labs, had all been sent to the production halls and workshop to gain a lot of much-needed practical experience. The apprentice Mech designers were the primary people responsible for drafting and executing the individual repair plans for each damaged Mech. The journeyman Mech designers mostly spent their time on repairing the damaged expert Mechs as best as possible. Mech such as the Dark Zephyr, the Riot, the First Sword, the Everchanger, and the Promethea all spent a lot of time in the workshops. The Larkinson journeymen not only focused on restoring their battle effectiveness, but also improving it whenever possible. They had all studied the footage and data from the previous battle, and came up with many small suggestions that could slightly make the expert Mech handle similar situations smoother next time. Though people such as Gloriana also developed more ambitious upgrades, all of this had to wait for later. Vess himself spent a moderate amount of time in the workshops as well. Though his contributions weren't impressive, his close contact with the expert Mech allowed them to assess their physical and spiritual states in great detail. He was especially interested in observing how much the living Mech had grown. The Battle of Pima Prime had sparked a lot of growth for both the expert pilots and their expert Mechs. For example, the Dark Zephyr gained a more aggressive character, while the Riot and the First Sword became more tightly integrated with Kalanxo. To Vess, these were all signs that the living Mech learned from their previous experiences. They were actively evolving in directions that should allow them to perform better if used in the same ways as last time. Aside from studying his existing expert Mechs, Vess also spent a lot of time on preparing for the Dullahan project. Though he was still obliged to spend time on numerous other design projects, the significance of this new expert Mech design project was much greater to him as far as he was concerned. Vess diligently worked alongside Gloriana and Sarah Voikin to lay the groundwork for this crucial design project. They looked for new and powerful technologies to add to the reborn expert Mech. They contacted Professor Benedict in order to borrow his expertise on expert Mechs and energy transmission systems. Vess even had a talk with Gloriana about how they became increasingly more dependent on external help. Why are we still forced to approach companies like Melman Advanced Systems and Morton Tech to obtain decent transphasic products? She confronted him while he had just settled down in the design lab. Because we don't have the expertise to design all of this stuff ourselves, he replied to her. Many of us have studied face water technology for multiple years, but all that allows us to do is serve as interns in these high-tech development companies. It will probably take at least a decade before any of us can reluctantly catch up to the lead developers of these powerful institutions, but by then the face water experts have already made even greater progress. In short, our clan simply isn't strong in this area. It is not a mistake to turn to outsiders for help. Gloriana crossed her arms. It's been years since we started doing this, but we have come no closer to including this competence into our clan. Why haven't we bought out Melman Advanced Systems as of yet? We have lots of money and face water at our disposal. Years ago, our clan was only able to enter into a trade agreement that allowed our clan to gain 7.75% ownership of Melman. Today, the LMC is not only earning record sums of profit, but our recent victory in Pima Prime has also tripled our reputation and prestige. Don't you think it is time we finish what we started and become the majority owner of Melman? It's not that simple, honey. Vess let out a tired breath. I've been wanting to take over Melman as well, but Professor Nihi Almer isn't stupid. She's an independent entrepreneur just like us and never wants to work under a boss. She cleverly tied multiple different large organizations and power blocks into her company by trading minority stakes to them as well. Melman has therefore become something akin to a semi-public institution that exists to serve the leading powers of Davut. Do you think that the rival shareholders will agree to let one of their own call all of the shots? The Larkinson clan initially managed to enter this exclusive club due to its willingness to offer a lot of face water. Though the situation in the Krakatoa Middle Zone changed significantly in the years that followed, the Larkinson clan was always able to hang onto that 7.75% stake without issue. However, expanding it any further was out of the question. None of the shareholders of the successful and productive development company was stupid enough to trade short-term financial gain for a long-term loss in access to cutting-edge research and technological development. How do you propose to fix our situation, then? His wife pressed. Don't tell me we have no solution in the works. I don't want to end up in a situation where I have to approach you and ask the same question 30 years later. I swear I will divorce you and force our children to disown you if you still haven't done anything to remedy this problem. Vess quickly raised his palm. Don't be so hasty, Gloriana. We are working on it. The thing is that it will still take a lot of time for our plans to bear fruit. Tell me your supposed plan. Our clan has tried to approach and offer to buy out high-tech development companies for years. None of our attempts have succeeded, and it is foreseeable that nothing will change in the coming years and decades. This is why a few people, including me, came together and decided that it is better to start our own R&D institution from scratch. By building our own version of Melman Advanced Systems or Morton Tech, we can put our people in charge from the beginning while ensuring that we maintain absolute control over it. We don't have to argue with powerful owners and arrogant researchers who aren't inclined to give us the best possible service. His wife looked thoughtful after this. I like what you have just said. The only problem is that I have seen no sign of this company as of yet. Where is our new development company? Vess raised his comm and projected a document that detailed an ambitious new proposal. It doesn't exist yet. The reason for that is because we are still in the build-up stage. An important component to the plan is that we raise our own facewater specialists. With the help of the advanced textbooks and other knowledge on facewater and the technologies that can be derived from this substance, we have been able to set up advanced courses at our universities. Hundreds of clever young men and women have already overcome the initial hurdles and are on track to become our go-to people concerning our facewater needs. Gloriana did not look impressed. This will take forever. You know how difficult it is to master facewater technology. The two of us are already struggling with it. How can these students do any better? It will likely take 20, 40, or even 60 years before they become somewhat competent. I know that. I never intend for these kids to do more than performing assisting work. The key to activating our future Larkinson Advanced Research and Development Institute is to lure over senior researchers and developers that can lead its major projects. This is currently the most difficult part of the plan, but as long as our reputation and prestige continues to rise, I am confident enough that we will eventually gain the people that we need. Though the plan still sounded dubious to Gloriana, it at least had a higher chance of working out than the futile effort to take over a major development company outright. If it is people that we need, I can call up my contacts in the Hex Federation and... Stop! No Hexers! We need people who are fully prepared to commit to our clan. Too many Hexers can't let go of their loyalties to their own people and state. I have no problem with treating them as our allies, but it is a bit of a stretch to call them Larkinsons. His wife was already aware of this problem, so she did not persist any further. The Larkinson clan did not attract that much people despite its rising popularity, because of one key reason. The clan demanded permanent loyalty and commitment from all of its recruits. Once they got in, they could forget about getting out unless they received an exception to the rules. The Larkinsons were quite upfront about this, but this was exactly the reason why they were struggling to recruit enough senior personnel. Those who accumulated a lot of knowledge, experience, and awards were able to join a lot of companies. Few organizations were willing to turn away high-level specialists. Given that the Larkinson clan offered rich benefits but even stricter demands, it did not surprise Vess that not a single senior facewater expert had come. Just give it time, he told her. We expect that we will be able to recruit our first senior facewater expert in 5 to 10 years. The amount of people who possess the right skills is constantly growing with each passing month and year. Supply will eventually catch up to demand. Though his wife did not know whether this 5 to 10 year time frame was enough to allow this new R&D institute to take off, at least Vess was being proactive about this issue. I hope your plans work out, Vess, she eventually told him. If you still haven't been able to solve this problem all this time, then I will solve it in your stead regardless of your dislike of receiving help from Hexers. Perhaps Vess should direct a little more time on this issue to keep his wife at bay. He did not want her to mess up this elaborate arrangement. Let's get back to planning our Dullahan project. There are still a lot of areas that we need to define. The married couple went back to fleshing out the draft design for the ambitious design project. Sourcing the advanced tech needed to develop a transphasic expert space knight was only one of many challenges. They also had to make sure that it functioned like an expert Mech, which meant they needed the help of a senior or master in order to enable it to resonate with Venerable Janzi. Fortunately, Master Benedict was willing to cooperate in this project. Your project sounds to me. I am curious to see whether you can succeed in creating a true successor to the Shield of Samur. The older man answered over the comm. By the way, I heard you pulled out the head of the expert pilot that was integrated in the plasma sword. Do you have an existing use for it yet? If not, I can use it to implement the original version of an energy bridge into your new design. Vess slowly shook his head as he thought over this proposal. That won't be necessary, Master. Venerable Janzi would be horrified if she is piloting a Mech that has literally integrated a human skull. The regular index system should be enough to give the Dullahan project an adequate boost. The former skull architect smirked. Are you sure about that? My index system may be the reason why I have succeeded in realizing my design philosophy, but at its heart it is nothing more than a pale imitation of what I initially accomplished with the Mars. The skull of an expert pilot is several times more effective than the artificial substitute that I have formulated out of many different exotics. Are you truly willing to forego a 100 to 200% increase in effectiveness because you are squeamish about a single skull? Wait, did you say 200% increase in effectiveness? Chapter 40, 359 cut to size. Thank you for the offer, Master Benedict, but it isn't necessary for you to build an energy bridge out of the skull of an expert pilot. Vess eventually told the man over the comm. Venerable Janzi won't be able to fully embrace an expert Mech that is partially made out of human remains. The head designer of the Cross clan looked disappointed. That is your prerogative. It is your Mech and your skull, after all. Are you open to using it in another project, or does your clan have a more general objection to my special design solution? Vess briefly thought about the expert Mech design projects that were about to go into the pipeline and found a suitable choice. One of our black cats has managed to advance to the rank of expert pilot in the last battle. Our clan intends to design an expert stealth Mech in order to take full advantage of Venerable Zimro Belson's back ops background. Master Benedict looked intrigued again. Good choice. Stealth systems are troublesome due to their high energy consumption. It takes a great amount of power to hide a Mech from most forms of detection. This problem is magnified when it comes to expert Mechs, because they also have to hide from the powerful intuition and other unique detection methods of expert pilots. The technical challenges to designing an effective expert stealth Mech are so great that I am surprised that you are even thinking about starting this design project. Normally, the older man was right, but Vess just happened to gain a lot of knowledge related to stealth and cloaking technology recently. Combined with the fact that it wasn't necessary for him to develop a stealth system from the ground up, Vess was confident that his current competences should already be sufficient to design an expert stealth Mech. We can take care of it, Vess told the master. We will be in touch with you. We still need to do a lot of prep work for all of our upcoming expert Mech design projects. Understood. My assistance is always available, but you should take into account that I will likely employ different experimental variations of my index system and other design solutions in order to collect more varied data. The index system was so high-end and expensive that Master Benedict could only justify its use in high-ranking Mechs. Every expert Mech design project was a precious opportunity for him to develop his latest and most impressive innovation further. This was also why he easily agreed to help the Larkinsons design their next expert Mechs. With that taken care of, the Larkinson journeymen involved in the Dullahan project continued to flesh out the draft design. The work wasn't that exciting, to be honest. It involved a lot of reading, a lot of talking to different people, and a lot of difficult puzzles. They also had to check in with Venerable Janzi from time to time in order to ensure that she still agreed with the direction of the Dullahan project. Vess had to be quite diplomatic at times in order to convince her to back the more radical design choices. Though Vess wanted to progress the Dullahan project faster, he knew that such an important and significant endeavor couldn't be rushed. The more thorough he and his fellow journeymen prepared for the project, the smoother it would proceed after its formal start. Compared to the relative calm of the Dullahan project, Kedys was having a lot more fun tinkering with the plasma sword. The high-tech weapon contained many different marvels of human technology. As it was the first true melee plasma weapon that the swordmaster came in touch with, she eagerly studied its design and its many technological solutions in case she needed to design her own plasma weapon one day. When Vess entered the workshop where Kedys was doing her work, she happily hummed as she carefully replaced one set of circuitry for another set in an attempt to reduce the power of the weapon. "Have you made a lot of progress, Kedys?" "I did," she said as she continued to go about her work. "I removed that skull and everything that was supporting it a few days ago. I've tried my best to keep the ensemble intact so that the guy is still alive, but I would prefer it if you can take that horror show away as soon as possible. While I have seen my fair share of disgusting sights, this one is truly awful. I still can't understand why a Mech designer from a proper state like the Friday Coalition can bring himself to engage in human experimentation of this nature." Vess nonchalantly shrugged. "The Mech industry isn't as clean and proper as we all wish. Normally, it's the biotech industry that is known for engaging in a lot of illegal and dangerous experimentation, but in my personal experience, the Mech industry isn't that far behind. Whenever there is a temptation to break the rules, someone will most certainly cross the line for one reason or another. It's human nature. We all have the desire to progress faster, push greater limits, and bet on a big payoff that might not even exist." His former student briefly paused her work in order to give him a deep glance. "I'm sure you know all about this temptation." "I do," Vess plainly admitted. There was no need for him to hide his true nature in front of one of his most trusted comrades. "What makes me different is that most of my bets pay off, if not always in the way I intended. Much of my research and design work is based on bold conjectures and radical ideas. There is no getting around the fact that I need to rely on my judgment in order to ensure that I am continuing to progress my design philosophy. The Dullahan project is a good example of that. If I don't force myself to be more proactive, Gloriana will most definitely surpass me and advance to senior first. And that is a bad development in your eyes. It will be doomsday for me, my pride, and my status in the clan." Kedys chuckled after she heard this. "Of course you would say that. Could you explain to me again why you decided to marry Gloriana?" He coughed. "Anyway, I'm interested in your plan for the plasma sword. What kind of weapon are you turning it into? I have the impression that you intend to do more to it than removing its controversial element and reducing its power level." "That's correct. I've uploaded a version of this weapon to the MSDS and asked my man to wield the simulated version in various battle scenarios. I've made detailed observations on how Joshua and the Evertshanger has handled the sword and concluded that it needs to be shortened in order to work." "Oh." Kedys waved at the length of the giant blade. "The plasma sword was originally designed to be the primary armament of an ace Mech. The Neo Amadeus is a dedicated melee Mech that possesses much greater physical might than the Evertshanger. St. Jeremiah Gage is also an impressive swordmaster who can truly harness the potential of many different blades. This plasma sword may be on the larger side, but Jeremiah can wield it as smooth and easy as if it was a combat knife. Joshua, on the other hand, he's not good enough to maintain control over such a long weapon. Is that what you are trying to say? It will be difficult for him to master the weapon if its mass and dimensions remain the same," Kedys admitted. "The Evertshanger is slightly smaller and possesses a lot less physical strength than the Neo Amadeus. Even though you might think that a weapon that relies on the power of plasma to cut through obstacles shouldn't be heavy, the truth is quite different. It needs to be even denser and tougher than normal in order to protect its more delicate internal components." Vess wanted to scratch his head. "Okay, I can understand the need to downsize the sword. Do you need any help with this, or can you complete this modification yourself? I can take care of it. There aren't a lot of electronic components on the upper half of the blade. Most of the tech is concentrated towards the hilt. It should only take a few days for me to cut the appropriate length. After that, it won't take much longer for me to complete my initial work. While I prefer to overhaul this powerful weapon more extensively, I want to respect the intentions of the original designer as closely as possible. That is a noble sentiment. How powerful will the weapon be after you have made all of the changes? In Joshua's hands, I expect it to be able to exceed the heart sword by at least 3 or 4 times, Kedis claimed. Of course, that only applies as long as the plasma sword is fed with power and isn't being used against an enemy that is resistant against energy damage. That was better than Vess expected. The Everchanger could already deal a decent amount of damage with its current Mech sword. Once it had access to the altered plasma sword, the expert hero Mech should be able to become a considerably stronger combat asset. It might even be able to overtake the likes of the Dark Zephyr and the Amaranto in terms of kill count. His only regret was that Kedis clearly did not intend to allow the plasma sword to be wielded by any mounted warrior loadout, but it wasn't as if the Titan V project urgently needed its power. The meat suit was already dangerous enough in its current configuration. So what do you think of the use of plasma swords in general? Are you open to equipping a part of your swordsman matched with this weapon type in the future? Kedis pressed her lips. I don't know. I am genuinely conflicted. Let's say that I am more open to the idea than before. Personally, I still prefer to design swordsman mechs that are armed with good, old-fashioned metal blades. But if I want to master swordsman mechs to the fullest, I need to be more open-minded towards alternatives. I don't think I will work with plasma's swords anytime soon, though. They are way out of the typical design budget of a standard mech. Vess nodded. He understood the cost of such a weapon just as well. The increased lethality of the current plasma sword compared to the Everchanger's current melee weapon was a good example of why the difference in cost was so massive. Performance always had a price. What about your next design projects? He asked. I'm sure the previous battle must have inspired you a lot. I certainly gained a lot of new ideas. Do you have any promising new ideas that you want to turn into reality? Kedis smiled. I do. I did get a lot of inspiration from the last battle. Seeing the swordsman mech of our clan as well as the sundered phalanx in action has made me more aware of all of their strengths and limitations. I'm actually interested in designing a swordsman mech that employs an energy weapon of sorts. You mean a plasma sword or similar? Not exactly. Kedis shook her head. I have my eyes on a mech that wields a sword that is less advanced but can still produce a similar effect. There are lots of different technologies available to us. I am convinced that there is suitable tech out there that can allow me to design a more practical version of a swordsman mech that is armed with an energy weapon. I believe such a mech will definitely have a place in our clan. Keep me informed. I'm interested to learn what sort of weapon you choose to pair your new mech design with. Just make sure it is powerful enough that destructive potential can be raised in the future. Chapter 43, 60 Scarlet Ember. Papa Tilde. Aurelia ran up to Vess, who subsequently lifted up his playful little girl. Who's a good girl? Who has been a good girl today? Me, his first daughter giggled and insisted. The proud father showered his daughter with kisses and continued to cuddle with her for a while. Work eventually took priority, though, so he reluctantly put her down and sent her off to the other kids who were playing with animated beast dolls. Whoosh, rar, my dragon is the strongest, Marvane exclaimed as he lifted up a cute and squishy cartoon dragon. The toy flapped its wings and released harmless vapor from its maw in a failed attempt to look ferocious. Nuh-uh, my phase whale is stronger, Kyrian Larkinson insisted. Joshua and Kedis' son threw up a baby blue whale toy in the air. The chubby and adorable phase whale proceeded to fly and flip around before ending back in its owner's hands. The girls were having a good time as well. They brought their own animated plushies and proceeded to hold a tea party for them at a little table. Mayra Larkinson, Kirian's younger sister, hosted the tea party and commanded her astral beast toy to grab the pot with its massive mouth and pour a bit of tea in everyone's tiny cup. "This is for you, this is for you, and this is for you, hehai." Meanwhile, Lucky was lying on the deck while groaning in pain. Weeks had gone by as the gem cat still hadn't been able to digest everything he had eaten during his trip to the surface of Pima Prime V. Mewa, mewa, mewa. Though his pain had toned down to an extent, the cat's internals still needed to work overtime to process a huge amount of raw and refined materials. Meow Tilda. Clixie laid by Lucky's side and kept watch over him while swishing her slender tail. The Rubarthan sentinel cat occasionally leaned forward to lick Lucky's face, but otherwise did nothing at all to help the mechanical cat cope with his ordeal. The surroundings briefly lit up as Goldie suddenly materialized above Lucky. The ancestral spirit curiously sniffed and poked her father, only to find out once again that she could do nothing to soften the pain. Naya. Meow. Goldie soon became preoccupied with other matters, as Clixie exerted her small but growing spirituality before pouncing on her daughter. Soon, the two cats began to play and wrestle against each other, while completely disregarding the suffering compatriot. Vess swept his glance across the entire compartment. The entire observation center seemingly turned into a daycare center today. Keddies originally wanted to conduct an initial test of the reformed plasma sword. She had worked long hours to undo certain additions, reduce the length of the blade, rework a lot of complicated electrical components, and modify the shape of the grip to better accommodate the hands of the Evertshanger. However, she hadn't been spending enough time with her kids as of late, so she decided to bring them along so that she could keep a closer eye on them. Vess happened to bring his own kids along, which gave them an opportunity to play with each other. "Are you excited today?" Vess asked the woman who was fiddling with a control panel. "I am," Keddies replied with a smile. "I made sure to preserve as much of the power of the Scarlet Ember while toning down its excessive energy consumption. I am certain that I have struck a good balance with the weapon. This test should make it clear that the Evertshanger doesn't have to resort to an oversized mounted warrior loadout in order to slay other expert mechs." The Swordmaster had registered a new name for the plasma sword, thereby marking it as a weapon of the Larkinson clan as opposed to the Gage dynasty. It took a few more minutes for the focal point of this testing session to emerge in space. The Evertshanger, piloted by Venerable Joshua, easily flew into space while wielding its rifle as well as its new high-tech sword in its hands. While the Larkinsons had no intentions of testing the Vitalis rifle today, the Evertshanger still held it in one of its hands to see how well the expert mech was able to handle its weapon under realistic conditions. Keddies had paid great attention to trying to match the mass, dimensions, and balance of the plasma sword as closely to the heart sword as she could. Though she didn't always succeed in her aim, she had done just enough for Joshua to quickly adjust to the characteristics of his new weapon. Currently, the plasma sword was in its deactivated state, which meant that it currently looked like a dull metal rod. The weapon hardly exuded any threat in its inactive state. That soon changed as Venerable Joshua activated the sword. The Evertshanger soon experienced an additional power draw as a dangerous red plasma edge appeared along the length of the metal rod. The Scarlet Ember was finally ready for business. "How is your mech doing, Joshua?" Keddies asked her husband over the communication channel. "The Evertshanger is doing fine so far. It can handle the load. It's not much different from firing my Luminar crystal rifle." "That is good to hear. Please keep in mind that the Scarlet Ember might demand more out of your expert mech over the course of this testing session." "I know, Keddies. Let's start by putting you and your mech up against a series of practice targets." Dozens of target dummies appeared into space. Most practice targets were made out of salvaged remains of mechs, and this time was no different. The Larkinsons had specifically used up a lot of debris from the previous battle to create target dummies that featured comparable defensive properties to actual mechs. Of course, the mixed material composition of the dummies also caused them to look like trash. No one bothered to homogenize their exteriors or apply a coating to their surfaces because they were all destined to perish anyway. Venerable Joshua first tried to resonate with the Scarlet Ember and found that it was a bit difficult for him to establish a good connection with the reformed plasma sword. "I can't resonate that well with my new weapon yet," he told the observing Mech designers. "It's like having switched from a close partner to a complete stranger. What is worse is that the Scarlet Ember still feels like it originally belonged to another pilot. A part of it is still rejecting my presence." Vess did not look surprised after hearing this remark. The Scarlet Ember used to be one of the 3 primary weapons of the Neo Amadeus. It has spent months, if not years, in the company of an ace pilot. St. Jeremiah Gage has baptized it with his incredible willpower for an unknown amount of time. While his influence on the weapon has definitely improved all of its properties, and most notably its hardness, it has also made the weapon more exclusionary towards other high-ranking Mech pilots. "I can definitely feel that from this weapon," Joshua said. "I'm trying my best to get along with it, but it's like I'm trying to befriend a Fridayman whose fellow soldiers I've just slaughtered. It is actively resisting my efforts to resonate with it. The only reason why I am able to produce a result at all is because I'm stronger. But the longer I do this, the sooner I'll exhaust my willpower." Vess and Cadiz shared a brief glance. They already accounted for this possibility. They also knew that it would have been worse if the plasma sword was still in its original form. The presence of the head of the expert pilot alone would have produced an intense backlash if Joshua forcefully resonated with the twisted living weapon. This was also why Cadiz insisted on removing this troublesome element from the start. It was a necessary condition to allow an enemy of the Gage dynasty to make use of the plasma sword. "I'm sure you can find a way to get along with your new sword." Vess spoke without concern. "For now, we just want to record the baseline data of the Scarlet Ember. It doesn't matter too much if you can't channel a lot of true resonance into the weapon. Its technological capabilities more than make up for this temporary shortcoming. I think you are vastly overestimating my ability to get along with others. This sword hates my guts." The Evertshanger quickly approached the nearest dummies and slashed at it with the plasma sword. Nothing much seemed to have happened, but that was what made the power of the weapon so incredible. The Scarlet Ember managed to burn and melt through all of the solid metal without too much hindrance in a single swing. The Evertshanger didn't even have to exert that much mechanical power to run the blade through the practice dummy. "Excellent. Let's repeat that a few more times, Joshua. Make sure to employ different sword attacks at each target dummy." The Evertshanger proceeded to demolish a dozen more dummies with ease. Each of them were made out of broken pieces of armor plating and other parts taken from hardy mechs like the Modal Firmament or the Favored Sons. While the first sword should have been able to cut through regular mechs with similar ease, the Evertshanger would have struggled to sustain this pace due to its weaker strength. All of that no longer applied now that the Scarlet Ember came into the picture. "Okay, that's enough. Let's see how well your new weapon is able to handle a more serious weapon. We have invited the perfect practice partner to see how well you can leverage its power against an expert mech." Much to Joshua's surprise, a powerful machine emerged from the Cross Clan's fleet and quickly blazed its way to the testing area. Soon enough, it arrived in front of the Evertshanger. The powerful Saint Kingdom surrounding the Ace Mech had already begun to suppress Joshua's weaker force of will. "That's not an expert mech." "Oh, I forget. Let me rein myself in," Patriarch Reginald spoke. The Mars soon became a lot less intimidating as Reginald did his best to reduce his resonance with the Ace Mech. This was a difficult task, considering that the two shared a close and permanent connection with each other. In the end, the Mars maintained a state where the next test could finally proceed. "Hit me all you want," Reginald plainly told Joshua. "My Mars can take it all. It is one thing if Jeremiah Gage was using that sword of yours, but now that it has ended up in your hands, I don't feel any threat anymore." Though his words were harsh, they still rang true. That didn't stop Joshua from getting a little angry. "Are you sure about that, sir? Your Mars is still not in a healthy shape." The Cross clan had performed a lot of emergency repairs on the Ace Mech, allowing it to restore a lot more battle effectiveness. However, it was clear that the Mars still needed to undergo more extensive repairs to bring it back to its peak condition. "Don't worry about it, Joshua. My Mars can still rush your puny machine in its current state. Just hit me already." "If you say so, sir. Don't complain if you can't take my attacks." His expert Mech boldly approached the Mars while swinging the Scarlet Ember. The shrunken but much more concentrated domain field of the Mars easily resisted the attack, but the release of so much heat and light indicated that the blow could have dealt serious damage to a weaker target. "Ha ha ha, that's the spirit," Patriarch Reginald reacted with a bit of excitement. "Your Everchanger looks like a baby version of the Neo Amadeus right now. You hit harder than all of the other expert Mechs in our fleet aside from the Amaranto." That was a genuine compliment, even if it did not sound so flattering to Joshua. "How would you rate the damage of the previous attack, Reginald?" Vess asked. "The Everchanger probably needs to attack a few more times before the resonance shield of a low-tier expert Mech can't take it anymore. A mid-tier expert Mech can probably resist 8 to 12 attacks of this kind before it loses its resonance shield as well. I think that it can go through their armor a lot easier." That was an excellent result. The raw power of the Ace Mech-grade weapon was still formidable. Even an ordinary Mech could threaten an expert Mech with its hot blade as long as it was able to supply enough energy.